Hello, hello, hello. How y'all doing? I don't know if you can tell, but I've got a new mic set up. I got a little boom stand, which is one of those things that, like, you screw your mic in and it's held from a little arm. And I got a little pop filter for it. So I've been noticing, like, some improvements in the audio in my recordings. But, like, there's also now, because of the microphone I have, the little, mute button, it's, like, on top of the microphone, like, where you speak into. And now that it has a pop filter on it, which is, like, a little cover for the microphone, to get to the mute button, I have to, like, slide my finger into this little round hole. It feels weird. I've got to, like, yeah, I won't go into detail about that, but it's it's an interesting interaction. I sound different in a good way. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that, like, bumps to my desk and, like, well, the pops and the clicks will be less audible now. I also adjusted some settings behind this the scenes that will hopefully allow my connection to be a little more stable as well. A little bit, what else? We have some other housekeeping to do with. As of now, my Discord server is members only. If you want to get into my Discord server, check out my Patreon. It's linked down below. You can get in for as low as $1 a month. It's just a little baby gate so that, like, people aren't coming in with, like, ban evasion accounts or sock puppets, or, like, trolls aren't coming in. If you're already in there and, like, next month you're like, no, I'm not giving you $1, that's fine, you can stay. All current members of Discord, of my Discord, that have been members before I switched it to being more private, you now have the legacy role. So my voice audio sounds louder than before. I hope that's a good thing. My microphone is also now elevated and closer to my face, but I don't have to hold on to it, so the wires bump against the microphone, so that should also be good. But yes. And it was cheap, too. The boom arm, I think, was like $15, and the little pop filter was, I think, $8, so it was a pretty cheap upgrade. I re-recorded my upcoming video, like re-recorded the audio, because there was, you know, like, I got a new microphone, or I upgraded my microphone setup, and, like, there were some things I wanted to fix in the script, and, like, if you look at the two side by side, the new one is so much smoother than the old one, and that's before I even, like, did any post-production on it. So, yeah, hopefully this will be good. And again, shout out to Anthony for helping me get a decent microphone. He made that possible. Okay. I think that's it for housekeeping. Yeah. Let's pause the music. Yeah, you can consider this a peer review. I've got, like, a lot of big opinions about the whole Mary Sue thing. I think it's very gendered. I should move the mic away from my mouth. How's that? Is that better? What if I also... How's that? Just adjusting levels. How's this? Is this better? It sounded great when I was using it in Audacity, but... Alright. Dead air, dead air, dead air. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I've adjusted the level of my microphone down to... Yeah, it looks a little bit better on, like, the bar visualizer. Alright, let's go live chat. I'm not missing anything. Yeah, this will be a bit of a peer review. I have big opinions on the whole Mary Sue thing. I watched about 5 minutes of the video, and it's a 56-minute video. Let's get into it right away. YouTube small. There we go. So this is the thumbnail drawn by Cy Scribbles, of course. Hello, Shadow No Seda. We're gonna go back to the beginning. As you can see, again, I got about 5 minutes in, and I was like, you know what? I want to react to this on stream. I have a stream today anyway.
Let me be honest with you for a second.
Let's go.
I don't really think people know what a Mary Sue even is. You know it's synonymous with bad writing, cheesy wish fulfillment, and all of that, but what actually is a Mary Sue? For a lot of people, it's something you just intrinsically know, right? You recognize it when you see it. But is that really recognizing what a Mary Sue is, or is that kind of a confirmation bias that you might have? This thing I don't like it because it's a Mary Sue, right? That's an easy explanation. It's an easy justification for not.
All right, I think my first thing that I want to make here, my little title says yap, yap, yap. We need a better title, guys. I got one. Perfect. Yeah. So I think that there's like two general understandings of the term Mary Sue that I think get passed around. And one, it's the female character I don't like. That's literally just what it means. That usually makes certain people uncomfortable with their masculinity. That's one definition of a Mary Sue that gets used quite often. And the other definition is like a badly written, overpowered character that is just a self insert and is perfect and has all the good qualities of a human being and who we want to see ourselves in, but none of the weaknesses, none of the flaws that actually make them feel human and make them feel real. I think it's important to make that distinction, that those are the two separate definitions of the term Mary Sue. And also, sometimes people will use them interchangeably, and I don't, and there's some problems with that, I think. I think it's very similar to how we use terms like Antifa and woke and politically correct, where it's like there is a thing that means that, but often it gets so used over and over that like one meaning kind of gets traded for the other, I think. When it's like the discussion we're having, like the Antifa and like the like BLM and like DEI and woke, like those are all those are important topics, and robbing their topics of their meaning and replacing them with something else. I know that we throw this word around very often, but it's very Orwellian. You know what I mean? And I think Mary Sue is a very interesting microcosm of that, because it's kind of like the Orwellian, like, double think training wheels. Like, you kind of, like, test the boundaries with the term Mary Sue so that you can then go on to do that to bigger, more important, more political, more necessary language. Another interesting thing that I think people do in these terms is they'll like obfuscate like the original meaning of the word. So you'll see people only say BLM and only say Antifa and only say DEI, but they'll never actually say diversity, equity, and inclusion. They'll never say Black Lives Matter. They'll never say like anti-fascist, because to unobfuscates, to say it what it is instead of reducing it to an acronym, kind of like, it's like, I'm against Black Lives Matter, I don't think Black Lives Matter. Like, if you say that, like, you're obviously racist. But if it's like BLM is bad, like, because you're not saying the word, you can obfuscate your racism with that one. Also, we had a super chat, and I got it when I was getting ready, and I haven't read it out, but thank you for the super chat, Paige. Be there soon. Should be home in about 15. Thank you, as always, Paige. Alright, let's go.
Not liking something. You may think I'm exaggerating, but the term has been absolutely mingled by online.
Oh, not the jar!
Not jar! So thin that it's become like a stretched out sock. Like a sock trying to fit over a head. It's...
Anthony. Hold on, I need something. I need to get something. Hold on, I need something. It's very... It's very important that I have this. Yes, here we go. Nope, that's not what I want. Here we go. Could I turn up the volume on the video, please? Absolutely. Thank you for the super chat, Adrian. Oh, come on. I'll just save it. Ugh. How dare you, Anthony? Here we go. This is what I wanted. No. Don't say stuff like that. You can't just say something is like a fucking used sock. What the hell, dude? I'm gonna keep that in my backup, in my little backup assets. You know, just in case he gets a little bad joke again. But let's go.
Easy buzzword. Whatever it was, it's gone. So what is a Mary Sue really? How is the term used in critical online spaces today? And are these characters really Mary Sue's? Or are they something else? That's what I hope to answer here with this video. So let's start off with a definition. I know, boring, but bear with me in this one. If we're going to technically discuss a Mary Sue, we need a working definition.
I've watched this part of the video. I don't like it when people do this. Let's define this and then look up a bunch of definitions. especially for a term that is so nebulous. I paused it around here when he was looking up a definition where it's like, I don't think there is really, you're not going to be able to find it on Wikipedia or TV tropes or something because of the way that it's used. But let's go.
Right? And what better place than TV tropes? TV tropes has spent the better part of 20 years.
Yeah. Not TV tropes.
All of the key tropes and cliches and stereotypes of fiction. So if we go to TV Tropes' website, we find the definition of a Mary Sue, which is they got nothing. They don't know what it is. They have no working definition of Mary Sue. So even the people who obsessively catalog fiction cannot define a Mary Sue. Okay, that makes this a little more tricky, but we can work with this.
Loink. Stop. Bad. Guys, this is a freaking curse. You guys need to calm down. I don't have a membership yet. That actually I actually have to like submit that for approval, but I'm hoping on setting up the membership this week. So.
Granted, it may not be a single definition, but we have some key elements. What we can know for sure is that the term Mary Sue dates back to a 1974 Star Trek fanfiction called A Trekkie's Tale, which itself was a parody,
of the
increasingly prevalent self-insert fanfiction model.
Gee golly gosh glorioski, thought Mary Sue as she stepped on the bridge of the Enterprise. Here I am, the youngest lieutenant in the fleet, only 15 and a half years old. Captain Kirk came up to her. Oh, Lieutenant, I love you madly. Will you come to bed with me? Captain, I am not that kind of girl.
Why is it rose quartz?
At the time featured a character who was either unusually talented or skilled, fell in love with either Kirk or Spock, was a half-human, someone's sister, and would usually die in a blaze of glory and be mourned by everyone despite them knowing her for like maybe a day or a week or so. What A Trekkie's Tale did was mix all these disparate, separate ideas and amp them up to 11. For the sake of parody, of course. Obviously, this wasn't the first Mary Sue. Pollyanna, the classic literature character immortalized by Disney, is very Sue-ish with her inherent goodness, being beloved by all, and her only fault being that she's just too good for this sinful earth. As outlined.
Alright. So, let's take a step back, because I think this is where we're starting to come, we're hitting a wall with Anthony, because I disagree. I think that I have not engaged with anything Pollyanna since I was fucking like 6 years old, so give me a second here. But like, let me see. Let's do a little bit of a Google. Disney Pollyanna. Because like, yeah, here we go. Because I think when we're talking, oh no, I don't want to go on the Disney official. Here we go. Okay, so whenever you're on a .fandom site, here's my little tip to you. Highlight the term highlight fandom and replace it with Breeze Wiki, so that it will read, in this example, disney.breezewiki.com, and it'll take you to a much better. Yeah, so now all the ads are gone. I don't think that Pollyanna is a Mary Sue. And I didn't set myself to do not disturb. I am such a professional, you guys. So professional. I think Hmm. I think it depends on what the story is about. So let's see. Let's just take a little peek-see at the plot. Liam Bell, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the tip. You're very welcome. Um, isn't this nice? Doesn't this look so much better? Oh, there is also an affiliated browser extension. I'm on Firefox. Hold on, you probably can't see it. Um, under my frame. Pull back the mirror for a second. No, it's still not showing. Anyway, there's a browser extension for BreezeWiki that'll automatically redirect. Let's also turn on the Firefox one instead and hide this. Nope, that's not what I need to do. There we go. Yeah. And yeah, here, I'll show you what the, yeah. So you can see, or you would be able to see. If I could grab it. If there's like a little, there's a little affiliated browser extension. Okay. I think that it largely depends. I don't think you can call Pollyanna Mary Sue. Because oftentimes, like, when we think of a character like this, it's not really about the goodness of Pollyanna. It's making a commentary on the times. So it's about a cheerful orphan changing the outlook of a small town, based upon the novel of the same name by Eleanor Porter. It was written and directed by David Swift. It marks Mills' first of 6 films for Disney and won the Actress for Academy Juvenile Award. It has been broadcast on television and released to VHS and DVD. Um, we will look up the original book as well. So, orphan daughter of missionaries who arrives in the small town of Harrington to live with her rich aunt, Polly Harrington. She is a cheerful youngster who focuses on the goodness of life and, in doing so, makes a wide variety of friends in the community, including the hypochondriac Miss Snow and the acidic recluse Mr. Pendergast. Aunt Polly's wealth controls the town, and when Harrington citizens want a derelict orphanage raised and rebuilt, she opposes the idea. The townspeople defy her by planning a carnival to raise funds for a new structure. However, due to the control she asserts over every facet of the town, numerous townspeople are reluctant to show their support. Aunt Polly is furious with their audacity and forbids Pollyanna to participate. A group of citizens, led by Dr. Edmund Chilton, attempt to persuade the town's minister, Reverend Paul Ford, to publicly declare his support for the bazaar by reminding him that nobody owns a church. Reverend Ford is reminded of the truth of this statement while conversing with Pollyanna, who is delivering a note from Aunt Polly with recommendations about his sermon content. At church the following Sunday, he declares his support for the bazaar and encourages all to attend in defiance of Aunt Polly. On the evening of the carnival, Pollyanna is coaxed out of the house by a playmate, Jimmy Bean, who reminds her that she is leading America the Beautiful at the high point of the event. With misgivings, she slips away and has a wonderful time at the carnival. On returning home, she avoids Aunt Polly's presence by climbing a tree to her attic bedroom. She falls and is severely injured, using the use of her legs. Her spirits sink with the calamity, jeopardizing her chances of recovery. When the townspeople learn of Pollyanna's accident, they gather en masse in Aunt Polly's house with outpourings of love. Pollyanna's spirits gradually return to their usual hopefulness of love and life. She departs from Harrington with Aunt Polly for an Operation Baltimore that, it is hoped, will correct her injury. Subplots include one concerning the return of Aunt Polly's childhood sweetheart, Dr. Chilton, to the town, another Reverend Ford freeing himself from her dictates, and another the union of her maid, Nancy Furman, with her sweetheart, George Dodds. Secondary roles are filled by a host of veteran film and television performers. Servants in Aunt Polly's home include Retta Shaw as a cook, and Tilly Lagerf and Mary Grace Canfield as a sour upstairs maid, Angelica. Leora Dana plays Mrs. Paul Ford, and Gage Clark, yeah. Yeah. So, A, Pollyanna does have flaws. She is like caught between like her aunts and the wishes of the town. It's clearly a sort of story about coming together as a community. And again, I haven't touched anything related to this character since I was very young and like had like a bunch of really old like Disney tapes and like and like Merry Melodies on VHS tape. I'm pretty sure I've watched it before, but I'm not. It's been a long time. But in comparison with the books, the books, Mr. Pendergast, Sweetheart doesn't exist. In the book, Pollyanna has a tree outside of her attic window, but only uses it once on the day she arrives in town. Aunt Polly has her bedroom moved close to her own when Pollyanna negligently allows flies to enter the house through her unscreened attic window. In the film, however, she remains an inmate of the attic bedroom until the day following her tragic accident. The film ascribes Pollyanna's injuries to a fall from her attic window. The book ascribes her injuries to an automobile accident. Chuck Kun fucking got Pollyanna. The book contains some satirical and pointed criticism of the charity-minded ladies' aid societies of the early 20th century. Aunt Polly's film friend Amelia Tarbell sports some of the snobbishness associated with the ladies' aiders of the book. Unlike the film Nancy, the book Nancy is a relatively unlettered country girl given to grammatical errors, slang, and repetitive phrasing such. It is. The book's Nancy isn't engaged in a romantic affair, and Aunt Polly wishes to suppress, nor does she have a sweet heart. Yeah. So it's like, yeah. Again, I would have to like watch this movie to have like a concrete like opinion on it, but like I don't know if I'd call her a Mary Sue. I think Anthony is accidentally falling a little bit for the whole myth of the Mary Sue, I think. Um Whereas, yeah, interesting. I don't particularly agree with him on the Pollyanna thing because it seems like Pollyanna's more of like she's more of a metaphor, I think, for I don't want to say clash consciousness, but like being loyal to your community, even if like you have like familial ties that might, oh well, I don't want to act out, like I don't want to displease my family. Like I have to watch it, but like I'm just not sure if I agree with that analysis on Anthony's side. It's on Disney Plus. Good to know. Um
In Pat Flieger's presentation at the American Culture Association conference on March 31st, 1999, titled Too Good to Be True 150 Years of Mary Sue, a lot of 19th century children's magazines contained subscriber submitted stories that featured Mary Sue-ish characters.
19th century versions appear in the pages of Robert Murray's Museum. Founded in 1841 by Samuel Goodrich, by the time the magazine was absorbed by the Youth's Companion in 1872, it had featured works by every major 19th century American writer for children.
I also think if we want to go back to the original definition, so let's like dial this back a little bit. I think it's also this is a picture that I drew of Jazzy. um I think it should be noted that when we're speaking of Mary Sue's as critics, we're often speaking about, or this was the original intention anyway, we're speaking about characters that were created to fit into a pre-existing works, to fit in with the main cast, but they don't really fit in. Like for the original example, like, it doesn't really make sense for there to be a 15-year-old lieutenant on the Enterprise. And, like, Kirk would not immediately approach her. Like, this is a parody, of course, but, like, and I think that it's largely related to transformative works too. I think there's this attempt to kind of like unmoor the tie between the Mary Sue and transformative works, and I think a lot of that work has been done by chuds, basically, by people like Jar and like Shadiversity and that type, like the anti-SJW, anti-feminist crowd from yesteryear. I think that taking that term away from the concept of transformative works, it's a big problem with how we talk about it as an idea now. You know? I like strong woman characters too, but that has nothing to do with the Mary Sue. But I think that, like, seeding the ground that, like, yeah, sure, this character that was, like, original creation of the author that was always meant to be there and that fits into that setting, that's a Mary Sue. I don't think so. I would say that, like, the only genre, really, that you can say that the character is a Mary Sue is, like, a lot of the isekais. And a lot of, like, portal fiction in general, to an extent, have those vibes. But it's usually lampshaded, and that's kind of the intention of the story. But, yeah, I think that we need to stop seeding that ground that Mary Sues aren't, like, an aspect of transformative works. And I do think that, like, long-standing works that have been around for, like, decades or even, like, a century or more that are then adapted by someone or, like, continued by someone who then invents a character that is, like, an obvious self-insert that doesn't fit in with the rest of the setting. I think those can probably be discussed too. Like, I'm sure that there are some DC and Marvel characters that could be considered Mary Sues. I would not consider characters like She-Hulk or Wonder Woman or Miss Marvel to be Mary Sues. But they are out there, I think.
From Goodrich to Alcott, Jacob Abbott, Mary Mapes Dodge, and Sophie May. It also
Okay, I'm sorry to pause Jazzy again. I think that, like, a key aspect of the Mary Sue is the lack of vermicelitude. I think I'm saying that right. Could this also include characters introduced in spin-offs and sequels? I think so. Link is not a Mary Sue. The story is about Link and always has been about Link. Link perfectly fits in with the setting. As a rule, he is like almost always a countryman that rose to the occasion. And he earned his place as a hero. Like, by definition, Link is not a Mary Sue. I think Mary Sues are a lot rarer than we think. Could we not argue Abrams basically reduced Kirk to a Gary Sue? I would just like to use Mary Sue. I don't think we need to, like, change the gender of the term. Or our introduction to him is his solving of a presumably unsolvable warfare puzzle that was created by a top tactician in Spock. I don't like Abrams' take on Star Trek in general. I think there's bigger problems with it than just that. Is mayonnaise a Mary Sue? Yeah. Zane, I think you're kind of missing the point. Also, I don't really want to talk about propaganda here. So, I'm not really going to address Dirty Harry.
Also published works by lesser literary lights, most notably the subscribers themselves, who made the magazine their own from 1857 to 1868. While boys tended to write nonfiction articles, girls most often wrote stories and poems, some about wonderful girls whose accomplishments and charms are tangibly appreciated by those around them. Emily Martin, who in 1862 saves a sleeping Indian chief from certain death by bear. Maya, whose gentleness and kindness are extolled by animals and elves in 1858. Unella, a white child raised by Native Americans in 1865, is so lovable that she holds the entire village in a gentle thraldom.
Anthony, I'm hitting you with a hammer! Ooh, also, I totally have the wrong view up. Bada boom. My bad, guys.
Even little Ellen, who dies beautifully of her mother's thoughtfulness in 1849, all have elements we associate with Mary Sue.
So in other words, the Mary Sue is older than Civil War. Okay, great, fantastic, great. Glad that every working definition that we had previously is just tossed out the window.
I think that in these examples, I think again, it's someone inserting themselves into the place of a savior or like the best person ever. And like notably for this, and I know Anthony isn't going to address this, but notably in spaces that they're not welcome or wanted. People don't care as much about Gary Stu characters for the obvious reason. They're not women shitposting. I'm not going to use the term Gary Stu. I'm going to use Mary Sue as a gender neutral term. Because I think it's silly to like make up a new name for a character just because it's a different gender. Like, I think that's stupid. I think boys could be Mary Sues. But like, it's this insertion and this unbelievability and lack of Hold on.
The correct pronunciation of this word is verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's that insertion, that feeling of invasion, that the lack of verisimilitude. I think that's really what defines a Mary Sue. And like, I don't know why this is such a big question mark. I find that's a very easy way to define it. And I think it kind of really cuts down the middle of what some people consider Mary Sues as well.
No longer relevant.
I will say that also, power fantasy and Mary Sue, not the same thing.
Okay, let's work with it.
We'll get into that later.
On and the internet happened, the term Mary Sue spread outside of the Star Trek fandom and into everywhere, mainstream fandom discourse, and immediately no one could agree on what it meant.
Okay, also I'm realizing that people might not know what verisimilitude means, so we're doing the exact same thing I told people not to do. Basically means similarity to the truth. Most fiction writers and filmmakers aim at some kind of verisimilitude to give their stories an air of reality. They need not show something actually true or even very common, but simply something believable. A mass of good details in a play, novel, painting, or film may add verisimilitude. A spy novel without some verisimilitude won't interest many readers, but a fantastical novel may not even attempt to seem true to life. But like, it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's like, Lord of the Rings has verisimilitude because even though it's like this unbelievable fantasy, I can lose myself in the logic of that world. The world makes sense. It follows some sort of natural law, and like, I'm not sitting there like, why is this little hobbit going on this journey? Like, I understand it's believable, whereas like a 15-year-old lieutenant like on the bridge of the Star Trek Enterprise, it falls apart a little bit. There's a lack of verisimilitude. But if you compare, for example, Wesley Crusher, who is like a young person, I think around 15 when we first see him, who does get some special permissions to access the decks that most children wouldn't get. It's because he is a bit of a genius, but also it's not just that. It's not just because he's smart. It's because his mother is the ship's doctor, and the ship's captain, who is, you know, Picard, has like a father-son relationship with him. You could kind of, if there's another character in fiction that I would compare Wesley Crusher to, it would be Jim Hawkins from Treasure Island, and, you know, adaptations of such, who is like a young man who has like a close relationship with the ship's crew, and he gets to go on this journey because of a reason that, like, oh, yeah, that makes sense to me. A lack of verisimilitude is often like, he wouldn't say that, or like, oh, this wouldn't happen, or this doesn't make sense. It's that snap of like, I am suddenly very aware that like this is a story and it's no longer believable to me, and I can't kind of like sink into the reality of this world. It doesn't have to be believable. Like, you know, having like a spaceship that like goes at warp speed, meeting aliens that are kind of oddly humanoid, like that's not super realistic, but like we can kind of sink into that reality because it's speaking to the human experience of the Age of Sail. It's like kind of taking that and translating that into space. So there is some verisimilitude in Star Trek, but that can kind of break down when you introduce characters that, like Mary Sue, that just don't really make sense in the setting. I'd argue verisimilitude is a vocabulary word compared to Mary Sue. It's a generalized term with a highly argued definition, so I'd say the dictionary here wasn't an issue. Yeah. Milo from Disney's Atlantis, personal with most of the exploration crew. Yeah, but Milo is like an adult. Like, he's in his 20s. Like, he has a PhD. So, yeah, like when a story goes against its own internal logic. And again, we see this a lot in transformative works. That being said, transformative works are often works of passion. They're a hobbyist sort of artistic creation. And, like, I don't think that hobbyists and, like, transformative works, I don't think that they need to be, good, for lack of a better term. I think it's okay if, like, fan artists and fanfic writers and other, like, hobbyists make Mary Sue's where they can just, like, put themselves in the head or in the space of this character they made to interact with these other characters, and like, they don't worry about it being good. Do it for you. But I think that, like, expecting there's an entitlement, I think, in a lot of fanworks communities of certain people where it's like, approve of this, or like, you're being this. Or my creation is valid and good, and therefore you should like it. And I think that's kind of paved the way into politicizing liking something. Like, I don't know if you remember back in the day, everybody saying that Pearl from Steven Universe was evil because she was, like, racist or anti-autistic or whatever. Like, and nobody could just say, I don't like Pearl. And I think that kind of, like, goes in hand with the weird way that, like, hobbyists feel entitled to prestige. Mary Sue's are kind of how we learn as writers. It can be. I think that, like, if you're not careful, you'll learn to the point that you're gonna need to unpack and unlearn about a lot of mistakes. So if you want to be seriously taken as a writer, I would do your best not to do the whole Mary Sue thing. Because it's bad writing. But if all you want to do is write little fanfics about yourself insert, like, kissing all the boys in fucking Looney Tunes or something, I don't know, go ahead. I don't care. Like, that's your business. But, like, expecting prestige from that, I think, is a little entitled. Not always. There are licensed works like comics that can have the verisimilitude problem. I remember an MLP comic made me angry when Celestial lassoed a moon, so Main 6 could just go walk there. I mean, My Little Pony is kind of abstract. It doesn't really have any hard rules either, so... Thank you for the super chat page. It's also an issue when something with a nebulous definition like Mary Sue is used in a wide audience critique, since if you don't define the term, the audience will fill in their own blanks. Exactly, Paige. Exactly. And what it's been kind of used for, and what Ant fell for the trap himself, when he used the example of Disney's Pollyanna, it gets applied to things where it doesn't really make a lot of sense, and, like, there's some gendered things going on there. But anyway, let's keep going.
Because what was before a Mary Sue, a specific reference to a specific type of character in Star Trek, it became more vague. Was the competency the key part of being a Mary Sue, or just the personality? Was it the way people reacted to the Sue, or the power they possessed? Do Sues even need to be an author avatar? This became very complicated, especially in certain spaces where we started seeing different tropes and versions and iterations of the Mary Sue. In fact, I think OSP, Overly Sarcastic Productions, even has their interpretation of what a Mary Sue is, which I think is very interesting.
The story still only exists to serve the image of the character. No matter the skin, the Mary Sue makes the story boring around them. A story with a Sue at its core is written as though the Sue is the center of the universe. We're supposed to accept at face value that they're the most interesting, most important character in the story, because that's the starting point of their character. Not their backstory, not their motivation, just how invested we're supposed to be. And I think fundamentally that's what makes a Sue a Sue.
We're not going to necessarily work with that as the framework, but we may lift from it with our working definition that we're going to hope to form. What made it more interesting was how, at this point in time, we started to see tropes outside of Star Trek influence our perspective of the Sue. The Mary Sue stereotype of the 2000s was a cross between Sephiroth from Final Fantasy and Shadow the Hedgehog. These extremely distinct
Anthony! No! Sephiroth is a villain! You can't... Ah! Get out of here. The point of Sephiroth isn't that, like, oh, he's cool and awesome. It's that, like... But if you were down in Jersey, do me a favor and go beat Anthony with a hammer. Curb stomp him, teeth down on the sidewalk. Anthony! No!
and unusual tropes and traits all mashed together. We got our angel wings, our giant sword.
Okay, let's go back for a second. The reason you can't call Sephiroth and Shadow Mary Sue's is because of the function they serve in the story. They aren't even really fully just characters. They're forces of the consequences of human hubris. Both of them, actually. Like, it was interesting that he chose two characters that are fulfilling a very specific role, in that, like, they're these abominations that were created by, like, human greed, basically, wanting to control the forces of nature and, do a capitalism, so to speak. You can hear my soul. Okay, let's play it.
Thousands was a cross between Sephiroth from Final Fantasy and Chao the Hedgehog. These extremely distinct and unusual tropes and traits all mashed together. We got our angel wings, our giant swords, our battle scars from who knows where, our tragic, disturbing, dark backstory. For my money, there are three factors at play that,
Okay.
based on my readings, based on what I've seen, that I think really hammer home what a Mary Sue is. Struggle, likability, and plot derailment. Now, the struggle, I think, is most important. Power is power. Superman has incredible power, but he often struggles to address the conflicts in his story because often they can't be solved by just punching something really hard in the face. So all those powers might help Superman address the real conflict, but the powers do not remove the weight of the conflict.
I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone.
Whereas someone like the Doctor from Doctor Who, he can walk up to an alien and tell him, oh, just look me up.
Is this world protected? And what you've got to ask is, what happened to them? Hello, I'm the Doctor.
And that deflates the tension.
I'm slashing Anthony's tires. Calling the Doctor a Mary Sue is insane to me. No, I'm slashing his tires in real life.
Right there, because he doesn't have to do anything. He can co-spawn his reputation. That's...
Fuck you, Anthony. He did... Give me a second. I need to stand up for a second. I need to do some autistic pacing. I'm gonna be right back. I need to get a drink. I'm back. Okay. The Doctor has done the work. He has earned the reputation. Doctor Who is a show that dates and I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do, where you're trying to destigmatize the term and you're trying to de-gender the term. And I appreciate you. But Anthony, saying that the Doctor didn't earn his reputation is crazy. You're crazy. Yeah, the slashing tires break is now over. I put a pipe bomb under his door in Minecraft. You're crazy, Anthony. Oh my god. Like, I suppose if you jump in at, like, the 10th or the 11th Doctor, or, like, even the 9th Doctor, and you kind of, like, don't consider every other entry pre-New Who, sure, the Doctor didn't earn his reputation. But, like, this is a man that has been traveling the galaxy for millennia. Like, of course he has a reputation. He can show up at any time, at any place. And he usually, like, he's from a race called the freaking Time Lords, and he is going directly against their ethos of do not interfere. And, like, you can have discussions about Doctor Who and colonialism and how, god, he's such a British character, as opposed to, like, the Star Trek thing of, like, we can't interfere. Like the Doctor Who is, like, his whole point is, like, I'm gonna interfere, because, you know, that's good. And, like, you know, there's some differences to be had, but, like, he's a small guy making personal friendships, and people ask for his help, versus, like, Star Trek being the head of, like a federation, and, like, having, like, an occupation in space, you know, like, that's a little bit different, but, like, he's such a British character, and, like, you can kind of, like, make those criticisms of the character, and, like, if you can't tell, I am a Doctor Who fan. I love Doctor Who. I am currently watching through old Who stuff because, you know, I've only watched some episodes here and there when I was younger. But anyway, my point being is that, like, to say that the Doctor hasn't earned his reputation is crazy, my dude. Of course he's earned his reputation. We've been watching him earn that reputation for, like, half a century now. What do you mean? Like, the first episode of Doctor Who came out in 1963. That is... It's 62 years ago, yeah. I am not a Doctor Who guy, but isn't the whole point that he's going all around time and space and, like, building his reputation? Yes. At the start of the series, he doesn't really have one. He's just this old guy that's tottering around. And, like, early on, he meets the Daleks, and that is what eventually is the domino effects that lead to the Time War between like, the Time Lords and the Daleks. Like, that's his fault. Moreover, the Doctor has fucked a lot of things up. Again, it's his fault that the Daleks hate Time Lords, and therefore, he's responsible for the Time War. He's done a lot of damage. One could argue just as much damage as he's done good, but he still keeps going. And I think that, again, he's such a British character, where, like, Britain as a nation has done so much damage to the world around it. And it tries to do good, but oftentimes when it does good, when they do good, they're also kind of fucking things up a little bit, but, like, that doesn't mean they still shouldn't try to be good. And it's like, you know what, hands off, I don't care about anything else. We're not gonna try to be good guys anymore. Like, that's not the answer. And I think that's, like, a big core facet of Doctor Who, and its ties to, like, British identity and, like, a bunch of other things. We're still in the setup stage of the argument. I know, I'm just like, sorry, my autism. I'm sorry for being autistic. I'm sorry. I just don't think that he was a good character to bring up for this. Let's go.
Maybe not power in the physical sense, but it's power that ruins the tension of a scene. The Doctor has no superpowers. He can regenerate, yes. He's immortal, yes. But that's not the same thing as jumping over a building in a single bound or having laser vision. He has a sonic screwdriver and he has 2 hearts. And somehow he can handle entire war zones and just take care of it on his own.
Shooting you with a big laser. I'm going to take it. No. The Doctor is a true Brit. Goes everywhere and leaves it worse than when he found it. See, like, well, it's just a setup stage, but he's still going, oh, you better pull this around, Anthony. I will kill you in real life.
Certain points during the Moffat seasons especially, it gets a little ridiculous. What he can handle
but here's the thing, Moffat's a hack, so...
on his own without really worrying about it. I'd say that's more Mary Sue-ish than Superman having massive power.
Hold on. I just messaged him as he can't be here right now. He's doing something IRL, but like, Anthony, you're in big trouble now, boy. I'm gonna get you.
Even
though... Bro, why are you mewing? Why are you mewing?
Even though you'd never typically associate the Doctor with the Mary Sue trope, because he's essentially just a really smart guy walking into a space without any power.
Know what to do because I'm clever.
The issue isn't the matter of power level, it's not power scaling we're talking about here. It's what that power can do in order to deflate, not confront, but deflate a conflict. Struggle can also be sometimes hard to quantify. A character like Light Yagami is in many ways a power fantasy.
Anthony. You better not be going there. What are you talking about?
Anyone he writes in his death note dies. But the catch is, L is his perfect counter. Someone who exploits Light's pride and eagerness to prove himself, to get Light to expose himself. Light...
Okay, I understand we're trying... Oh my god. I don't understand the point you're trying to make, Anthony. Are you trying to build a profile of a Mary Sue? Because these are all very bad examples.
Starts off with one of the biggest advantages he ever could have, but because L lures him into killing someone on live television, broadcast in his local area, something that only he would see. Light gives L a massive advantage. Light may be incredibly skilled and clever, but his pride ultimately leads him to making mistakes. Light and L are the only people who can make the others struggle, and that's interesting, because despite the power, it does not deflate the conflict.
Alright. I'm gonna, like, put my little toe in. Put my little toe, squirm it forward. I think that is a bad reading of Death Note. I think that Light and L would have been locked in a permanent state of cat and mouse. And, oh, no, I don't want to accuse him of this. But, like, Light Yagami is my dad's fantasy for some reason. Ayo, is your dad a boy liker? What the fuck? Anyway, no, it is not L that causes Light to get caught. It is not L who is Light's downfall. It's Misa Amane that is Light's downfall. And the wild card that she presents in the situation, neither L nor Light can predict Misa. And really, she's what kills both of them. She is what leads to Light's eventual capture, but it is also because of Rem's love for Misa that she kills L for Light. I think we get really caught up with, like, oh, well, L was so smart that he managed to get Light. And no, it's because of how stupid Misa is. And how possessive she was of Light and how insistent and pushy she was that got them both killed. Ultimately. Fun fact, my dad uses to kiss his friends at the mall to make his parents mad, but now he hates gay people. So the closet is a glass. I'm kind of joking. No. Absolutely. Absolutely right. She's the reason the yaoi was doomed. I mean, in this one instance, yeah. But, like, for good. Doom the yaoi for good. Anyway.
Meanwhile, with a Mary Sue,
It's the end of humanity as we know it. Possibly stop it. What? Did her sneeze just... Oh, I hate allergy season.
then there's likability. A character being likable is not inherently a Mary Sue trait. A lot of characters are likable.
What?
It's the end of humanity as we know it. Possibly stop it. What? Did her sneeze just... Oh, I hate allergy season.
Then
See, that's lazy writing. I don't know if I'd call it a Mary Sue, though. That's just stupid. Also, ignore my Sims covered YouTube homepage. What am I looking for again? Right. If Mary Sue's were real. I need to watch that full video, actually. Here it is. 4 minutes long. Side break.
It's the end of humanity as we know it. Possibly stop it. What? Did her sneeze just... Oh, I hate allergy season. I love to read, of course.
Okay. Alright. The first part, I don't think, is what makes a Mary Sue a Mary Sue. I think it's lazy writing. it's this next part. Okay, I want to hear what she has to say. Let's see.
I read every book, you know. Really? Wow, every book. Well, what about out-of-print books? I have my ways. Well, what about books with thousands and thousands of pages? Sometimes I have long lunch breaks. Oh, yeah. Then what about the novel I finished writing last night? Oh, yes, it was quite good.
Thank you for the super chat, Will. I'm late. Is this video good or bad? A lot of angry buzzer noises in reaction to Anthony.
Actually, although your exposition dragged a little bit and your climax was a tad predictable, but I still thoroughly enjoyed it. Dismiss congratulations! Every book! May I interview you? You are one of a kind, Miss. I'd like to present an award for reading every book to Miss Mary Sue. I dub thee Queen of Books. No way. Every book? Every book. I've never played piano before. Can you show me? Of course. We'll take things slow and simple. So go ahead and take your hands and put them gently on the keys with your wrists slightly lifted. Perfect. Now we're going to start with some basic scales next. So go ahead and press... Am I doing it right? No matter how hard I try, I just can't get it. I totally know what you mean. It's rough out there for us plain Janes. But your name is Mary Sue, not plain Jane. For the last time, I am not going to your after party, Jackson! There is absolutely no way Mary Sue can be human. Or even real, for that matter. She's gotta be some sort of lab experiment, alien
God.
demigod superhero in training or something. I bet she doesn't even have a birth certificate. Oh. Never mind. Apparently she does. Well, I mean, at least I can see where she's from, how old she is, if she died and came back 3 days later. What? Who gets honors on their birth certificate? What? So your goal with New Horizons is to develop your island to at least a 3-star rating so that the musician, KK Slider, will come in. Says I have 5 stars already. What? The little yellow dog with the ponytail? She says I have 5 stars. That's impossible. You literally just turned on the switch. Oh, and the HHA mailed me something earlier about an S rating for my house. Is that related to the stars? Oh, do you have 6 rooms?
All right, I'm stopping this because I also don't think Coley does things. Doesn't really get what a Mary Sue is either. The thing with this character right here is that nobody likes her. Like, yeah, she's kind of like, oh, I'm good and I'm perfect and I'm good at everything. But like, she does have a flaw in that, like, everybody hates her. So this is like a different kind of character. This is just kind of a shallow, like, perfect, flawed inhuman character, and, you know, like, there are issues with that, but I wouldn't call them a Mary Sue. And the plot that this person is building, we're not really in the position, in the point of view of this character. We're kind of at the point of view of, you know, characters outside of her, and, like, there is a story being told in these videos. I'm not gonna finish it, I don't think we need to. Like, the point... Like, there is a story being told in this series of what I assume is a collection... Why is Beyonce here? Okay. It's just a collection of, like, TikToks or shorts that have been strung together. There is a story being told about, like, discovering and interrogating what this person is. Like, that's what the story is about. So, like, even the Mary Sue in this short about Mary Sue isn't a Mary Sue. You know what would be fucking penis? Absolutely awesome. If, Rick and Morty... I love when they do meta jokes. I think it would be really funny if they did a meta joke on the Mary Sue. But, like, the joke was that, like, Mary Sues aren't really real. Beyonce jump scare. I don't know, like, kind of like how, like, the Story Master or whatever, like, that whole thing, or, like, how they were doing, like, the flashback virus or whatever, like, that was interesting. It would be interesting if there was, like a Mary Sue character that did that. I don't know if I trust those writers to do it well, but, like, it would make for an interesting episodes. Hey, hey, chat, is Beyonce a Mary Sue? Okay. My thing just got finished in the microwave. And I just have to reheat my gravy, and then I'll be right back. I'll be right. I'm just gonna go, just for another short time away. I'll be back soon. I return. By the way, if you liked the Banjo-Kazooie music that I used, if you're a fan of Banjo-Kazooie, last month I did a 100% Banjo-Kazooie stream live on this channel. So feel free to go back and watch that if you want. I think the point of that, the Mary Sue would be all loved where she belongs while hated in a more self-aware story, but ironically she became not in Mary Sue because she's in a different environment. I've seen Rick be considered a Mary Sue, specifically in later seasons. No. Hard disagree. Taylor Swift and Mary Sue. Unfortunately, Taylor Swift doesn't make good music, so she can't. She's fundamentally flawed. I'm sorry, that was awful. I think the persona that Taylor Swift has is the kind of Mary Sue. Why are you going to explode, Sparrow? I wonder if Mr. Burcham would be a Mary Sue, but I don't know. That might be kind of flip-flop dependent on the episode. Not super well-versed in Mr. Burcham. I decided not to torture myself with Mr. Burcham, actually. I don't really want to watch a Chud cartoon. Thanks. Samus Aran is Mary Sue. No, she's not. I'm kind of sad. Anthony never brought up how Mary Sue hate affected young artists, not just writers. I'll repeat my earlier point. I think that we need to destigmatize Mary Sue's in the hobbyist world. I think we need to separate hobbyist writing and hobbyist creation from prestige creation. Kind of delineate the two. And we need to be more okay with people making bad art. It's okay to make bad art. It's okay to make bad fan fiction. You're allowed to do that. But anyway.
There's likability. A character being likable is not inherently a Mary Sue trait. A lot of characters are likable. Some people are just charismatic in real life. But the trait that is Mary Sue-ish is when a character's charms affect people with minimal effort, who frankly should not be charmed.
Mr. Spock came onto the bridge. What are you doing in the command seat, Lieutenant? The captain told me to. Flawlessly logical. I admire your mind.
And usually this is a universal trait. Everyone's charmed, everyone's affected by them, etc. They don't have to work, they don't have to have common experiences. No one gets on the wrong foot with them. Everyone's kind of like immediately, I love this person, they are fantastic. But that isn't inherently a Mary Sue trait itself either. How it all comes down is how this charm influences the conflict of a story. The Pride and Prejudice started with Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy just immediately influences the conflict of a story. The Pride and Prejudice started with Elizabeth and
Okay,
Mr.
said F. You said F. Good. I was about to fucking launch you to space.
Charm influences the conflict of a story. The Pride and Prejudice started with Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy just immediately charming.
I thought you were going to call. I thought he was going to call Elizabeth or even Mr. Darcy a Mary Sue. I was going to lose my mind. Oh, okay, let's go.
Each other and falling in love without any conflict. It kind of makes the book kind of meandering at that point because there's no issue here. There has to be some tension, some idea of them not seeing eye to eye. Perhaps we need a different example. Fruits Basket is one of the top-selling shoujo manga of all time, and its title character, Toru, is incredibly likable. The whole cast of characters falls in love with her immediately, and sometimes they immediately fall in love with her, if you get the drift. She's very charming, she's kind, she's always listens to others' pain and stories, yet we later find out that her charming front is a front. It's all a means to avoid showing the immense sadness she feels about the loss of her mother, her feelings of isolation, etc.
Hold on a second. I need to check something. All right, I'm thinking of a different character. I think. Hold on a second. Um, Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I got I'm getting sometimes I get Haruhi and Toru mixed up, like Haruhi from Oron mixed up. And I was like, wasn't 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 Toru's father like parent like low key kind of like a crossdresser and possibly trans? But yeah.
Toru, while on the exterior, looks like she has no troubles. The reality is that she's struggling with losing her mother. Toru at this moment has no reason to live because the reason she lived prior to this, her mother, died in a tragic accident. So now she struggles to find her own place, her own reason to live again. And while she is in a dark moment in her life, she is not giving up hope that one day she will find another reason to live.
But her kindness does come from a place of genuine kindness. She wants to do good so that the world doesn't hurt, because she cares deeply for others. And the core conflict of the series is healing the hearts of those who are suffering from pain. The Soma family is cursed. They transform, if they're hugged by members of the opposite sex, into one of the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac, plus the cat. And Toru wants to help these people go through their pain, from abuse to isolation to stigma. Even in this world of romance, however, Toru's charms aren't enough, because even though Fruits Basket is a shoujo manga with a focus on romance, the characters are all dealing with their deeply seated internal conflicts. And this prevents them from being romantic, because they gotta fix themselves before they can fix anyone else. Also, the characters can't hug, because they're cursed to turn into animals when hugged. So that puts a damper on the whole romance thing. So while she is charming, that's still not enough to solve Fruits Basket's core conflict. Some have called Toru a Mary Sue because of how charming and lovely she is, but in actuality, these charms do nothing to deflate the tension of the narrative. That leads us to the third factor: plot derailment. What does it mean to derail a plot? Well, it means a lot. What a Mary Sue does ultimately is resolve conflict unnaturally fast. If there's a big storm of death coming by and a character just stops the storm by, I don't know, farting in its general direction, that there's no real plot there, is there? The storm's done. Minimal effort was done on the protagonist's part, and now the storm that was a big threat is now just gone. So how do we fill the rest of the pages here? Where does the plot go after the main threat has been deflated? Well, the Mary Sue is that force of deflation. It is the antithesis of a strong story because it removes the driving conflict from the narrative, and that's the key thing. I want to tell you, though, what plot derailment isn't, when the plot naturally shifts gears. For example, the movie Psycho. It starts with Marion Crane stealing a lot of money, then going on the run. It looks at first like a roadside thriller, a road trip story where she's on the run from the law, but then she stops at the Bates Motel and is promptly murdered. The murder is not motivated over the money, has nothing to do with what happened previously. Marion just walks into a location and stumbles on some other matter entirely, and she's killed for reasons completely detached from what came before. And the whole plot now shifts. Now it's a murder mystery. Who killed her? Why?
Dusk Till Dawn is also kind of like that.
Derail the plot, but really it's all part of a structure. Derailment is when the plot shifts gears in a way that seems unnecessary or unfocused. But you can tell the writers are now thinking, well, okay, now what do I write about?
Okay, and I want to bring this back to Misa Amane because I think she's a really interesting example of this discussion. I think somebody could make the argument that Misa is a Mary Sue. I don't think I would agree with them. But if you view Death Note as a story about the cat and mouse game between Light and L, if you view that story through that lens, then yes. I think Misa Amane is absolutely a Mary Sue. But that's not really the plot. That's not really the story of Death Note. I think that would turn it... I think if that were the main focus of Death Note, it would just be like any other shonen, you know. I think the introduction of Misa Amane as a human element elevates Death Note. And, like, I have had a lot of complicated feelings about this character in the past because I did like the cat and mouse aspect between Light and L. I liked it a lot. And I didn't want it to end. And I still think that, like, the second season... I don't think the second season, like, part 2 with, like, Nier and Mello and all of that, I still don't really like it. I think if things got tied up after L died, and there was this kind of trump card pulled out that basically proved that Light was Kira after L died, and they basically, like, the only way that the other one, that one could defeat the other was that they basically have mutual annihilation. And again, both deaths, like, even though Light's happened much later, both deaths, like, primarily beginning at the root cause of Misa. And then eventually spiraling out into them both dying and being defeated. I think that it would have been a much tighter, stronger story if Light got caught shortly after L died. I think that would have been a lot more interesting. And a better way to end the series. Hold on. By that definition, would Looney Tunes characters and Tom and Jerry be Mary Sue, since most of the characters like Jerry and Bugs Bunny sometimes get away from danger without consequence? I don't think so. Now, Anthony is... Yeah, it needs to be everything at once. I think Anthony is starting to formulate his definition of a Mary Sue. And I think we're going to disagree on what it is.
It's not power, it's not charms, it's none of the traits we discussed on their own. It's purely how these interplay to derail the tension of a narrative. This is one of the reasons why, say, Sailor Moon or Steven Universe don't really fit the whole idea of a Mary Sue. Both feature incredibly charming protagonists who have immense power, but the core conflict is never, can Sailor Moon blow up the enemy? I mean, the manga kind of does that, but The 90s anime, not so much. She's a healer, ultimately. And so, yeah, she can blow up a planet, but blowing up a planet doesn't heal hearts. In that sense, the characters have to approach problems through a different lens. Yes, Sailor Moon is charming. Yes, she's powerful. But these don't derail the plot.
Sidebar, speaking of derailing, I'm derailing this right now. Sometimes I will encounter... Okay, I'm going to make a... We could use Sailor Moon as an example, but I'm going to use a different character. Let's use Zelda as an example. Princess Zelda from the Legend of Zelda series. There's this desire to rehabilitate the character of Zelda because she's kind of like sidelined in the games in which in games that bear her name as the title. She's constantly sidelined. And I think culturally, there's discussions we could have about that. I would compare calling these games The Legend of Zelda is similar to how in a lot of classic Eastern fairy tales, like The Legend of Princess Katsuya, she's not really the actor in that story. Kaguya? Hold on a second. The bamboo cutter thing. The first novel. I read that poem like in English. Yeah, Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. Kaguya. Yeah. Where the acting characters of Tale of the Bamboo Cutter isn't really Kaguya herself, even though like that story bears her name. But its story is really about like the people around her. Okay. I am shooting you people with hammers. We're not talking about freaking power level and power scaling. Like, get out of here. In my comments, I disavow your entire community if you're a power scaler. Get out of here. I do agree with Anthony on one thing. It's not really about the amount of power that somebody has. It's about what is done with that power.
Rather, they move the plot in a direction where she has to find new ways to resolve conflicts, usually by reaching out to someone emotionally. Then, there's Steven Universe. Steven has all the powers of his mother, Rose Quartz, later revealed to be Pink Diamond, one of the greatest, most powerful entities in the universe. He's inherited both her great power, but also the weight of responsibility that she once bared. And he constantly questions if the reason people care about him is because he's Rose Quartz's son, or Pink Diamond's son. He even questions his own existence, because Pink Diamond, the way crystal gems work in Steven Universe is strange. They can't really reproduce, but they can change form. And some of the crystal gems for a while suspect that Steven wasn't so much Rose Quartz's offspring, but rather Rose Quartz in a different form, because Rose Quartz died giving birth to Steven. Her gem became part of his flesh.
Steven Universe mention. But positive.
Embedded in his stomach. In the final conflict of the series, the main series, not future, Steven's gem is ripped out of him, and while some expect maybe Rose Quartz to rematerialize, instead we see an avatar of Steven, a second Steven, materialize, showing that Steven was always Steven and that there's no trace of his mother in there.
Where is Pink? She's gone. What did you say?
That his mother's gone and that Steven is his own unique individual. And this moment's cathartic, it's beautiful, and it resolves the actual conflict of the series, which doesn't really have any connection to Stephen being all-powerful. Ultimately, the plots and conflicts are not immediately derailed because the characters are powerful or charming. Rather, the characters are put to the test by the conflict, with their powers, with their charms. The TLDR version...
Anthony. Okay. I realize I can't say shit because, like, I'm a PNG tuber and I don't have a camera on me. But Anthony, my boy, my friend, my little scrungly, you need to, like, shift. You need to, like, change where your teleprompter is. Like, I don't know what your setup is, but, like, either your teleprompter is too big or your camera is, like, to the side, but it's really distracting whenever you read from your teleprompter. Like, I'm, like, very much like, oh, he's reading from a teleprompter right now. You do something with the setup, please, because it's not the first time I've noticed it. Just shift, like, I don't know, again, I don't know what the setup looks like, but, like, it's really distracting, when you're looking at a teleprompter.
Version of what I just said is this. The Mary Sue is a character who is strong enough to subvert conflict, charming enough to avoid conflict, and derails the narrative in a way that makes you go, okay, what now? And that could be from an author avatar, it could be from just a badly written character. But the specific interplay of conflict-breaking power, of conflict-breaking charm, and plot derailment, those three elements
I'm being mean now. I'm sorry, Anthony.
What Mary Sue does. Maybe it's not what it is, but it's how it impacts everything.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the other components? The power fantasy elements, the self-insert? Well, I
Different
don't think
thing.
those are necessarily all that important.
Absolutely.
Because you can have self-insert, you can have a power fantasy, and the story still works. The
I do. Okay. Dialing it back a little bit. Why are you biting me? Hitting you with a newspaper, Sparrow. Okay, so dialing it back a little bit. I disagree fundamentally with, like, oh, it doesn't have to be a self-insert. Okay, but the villains often, like, there are villains out there that are very charming, that derail the plot, take it over, and, like, you know, that describes a lot of villains, and that's, like, becomes the plot of the story. They're not solving it, but they are kind of taking over and making it all about them. I think that's absolutely yes. Like, not all author avatars are Mary Sues, but all Mary Sues are author avatars, I think, is a rule. Magnifying glass. Okay, I gotta get that. Hold on. Let me get... No, close that. Get out of here. Let's see. Image. New. Oh, that's big. Actually, I kind of like it like this. Yes. Yeah, doing this to you, Anthony, right now. Right in front of the sun. Yeah. From what I've heard, I am not Starfire book. Starfire's daughter is an author self-insert. I haven't read I Am Not Starfire, so I can't I can't comment. I thought Mary Sue's could be author avatars or author's favorite, not just the former. I think I think not. I think no. I think that I think if it's author's favorite, there's like a form of objectification coming into it, and I think that that's like a different thing. I think that's a different thing. I think like pointedly that like you have to have all those things and be an author self-insert or an author avatar, and a way for the author to interface with the story in a way that's often unintentional. And I think, again, especially like this is so in like transformative works and adaptations, which, you know, are transformative works by definitions, but also like, again, long-standing franchises that get new writers who then make new characters that often become Mary Sue's. And again, I will say, She-Hulk is not a Mary Sue, at all. I wouldn't even like begin to call She-Hulk a Mary Sue.
All of these elements that I've discussed are connected.
Anthony is in my server, and you can bully him with the ant, with an ant and magnifying glass emoji if you like. Don't at him too much, like he is a guest on the server, but yeah. So basically Poochie from Itchy and Scratchy. Yes. Absolutely, Poochie from Itchy and Scratchy is 100% a Mary Sue.
It's the interplay of the three that makes something a Mary Sue. Someone being the author avatar, okay, whatever, that's not important. Someone being all powerful, being a power fantasy, okay, whatever, that's not important. It's how these separate elements all interconnect that creates
okay, Anthony.
The Mary Sue.
Let's hear you. Let's hear your argument.
Of a character who is an author avatar, who is not a Mary Sue, look no further than Stephen King. Stephen King's protagonists draw heavily from his life. Many of them are writers. Many of them are individuals who struggle with substance abuse, like alcoholism.
Yeah, I would say that, like, because of the nature of Stephen King's work, of course his characters are author avatars, and of course that doesn't make them Mary Sue's, because King views himself fundamentally as a flawed human being, and he wants to write about those flaws and those experiences that he sees within himself. I think that's very reflective of King's works, very obvious, like that's the main themes that he is writing about. Often he's writing commentary on the world and how he sees it, but also on how he sees himself and the human condition and how those things interact. So absolutely, I've heard some people call King's protagonists Mary Sue's before. But 100% I agree with Anthony here. Like, no, they're not. Just because of the nature of King's works and why he writes like that. Yeah. I am a bit of a King fan. I haven't read everything. God, there was like a the HalCon, which is the local convention here in my hometown. There's a guy that did a panel on the works of Stephen King, and he was like, within the past year, I've read basically every single King book. There was like a couple he missed, but like it's been wild. It was crazy. I had to read like one or two like every week. Because the man just keeps writing. But it was lots of fun. I went to that panel. It was a really interesting discussion, and to see the age range in King fans, they were like my mom's age at the oldest, and there was like teenagers, like 17 and 18-year-olds in the room too. It was crazy, and I'm assuming that they're there because of it. But it was interesting. Anyway.
But no one is calling Jack Torrance, who Stephen King admits is an author avatar in some way, a Mary Sue, right? Not. I mean, I hope not anyway. Goku is immensely powerful, but is he a Mary Sue? Well, no, I'd hope not. The
I don't think
problem
so
is
either,
ultimately
yeah.
the Mary Sues are not necessarily about avatarness or power, but how that impacts the narrative. They're how much they conflict and clash with the regular flow of storytelling. Does the audience buy that the character can naturally exist in this world? I mean, can you believe that
Yeah.
John Wick or Rambo naturally exists in their world when they're basically walking gods? They're more skilled than 95% of everyone else. Oh, you can. Oh, you can just believe that. Oh, well, why is that? Why is then Rey Skywalker from Star Wars so unbelievable to you if you can believe in John Rambo and John Wick in their specific narrative? No one calls John Wick a Mary Sue. But Rey's obviously Mary Sue, according to all these other people. Now, that's, of course, here's the other element, too. John Wick is obviously trained. John Wick, you can see the work that he's put into developing his skills in his actions, the mechanical movement.
I would love... I haven't touched John Wick yet, because I tend to not enjoy those kind of movies, but maybe I should. I need to form an opinion on it, because, like, from what I've seen, I'm just like, it looks like The Punisher with a new coat of paint. Or if you try to combine The Punisher with Jackie Chan, or the guy from Taken. That's the impression that I get, but I'm not sure how accurate it is. And I wouldn't call them Mary Sue's either, because... And again, I think that, like, in an effort to reach a consensus on what Mary Sue is, we're ceding ground to chuds. Again, I get what you're trying to do, Anthony, but I think that, like, sometimes when anti-intellectuals and hobbyists and uneducated people take hold of a definition and run with it, we can't give them slack. We can't let them pull on the metaphorical leash and yank us in their direction. We have to stand firm and say, no, you're wrong. This is what this means. What you're describing comes from a place of sexism and being uneducated and illiterate. I think that we have to. I think that we can have a little bit of gatekeeping as a treat. Actually, I think we should gatekeep certain literary terms from chuds. I think that's okay.
The very focused, direct things he does. Whereas Rey, not trained. That mechanical movement, that focus is not demonstrated within her actions in the film itself. But then again, no one really cares, because John Wick's an awesome movie. It's a great movie. The plot demands action, and John Wick delivers that action. The conventions of narrative allow us to kind of go, okay, we're going to see some action here, we're going to see some fighting. Okay, whatever, let's keep going. But
all right, here's my hot take. And take this with a grain of salt, because I have interacted very little with the new Star Trek stuff. I am an Ridge Tridge fan. To me, the best thing about Star Wars was the friendship between Han, Luke, and Leia. I would watch an entire, HBO miniseries centering on their experiences and life together and their friendship. And I do think that Luke and Han explored each other's bodies on the Millennium Falcon, and there's nothing you could do to make me think otherwise. I'm kidding. Only in fanfic. But seriously, I'm not really... Again, take this with a grain of salt. I am not really invested in... I'm not really invested in Star Wars as a world or as a work of fiction. So I could be speaking out of my ass here. But I think that Kylo Ren is more of a Mary Sue than Rey. That's my hot, spicy, quispy opinion. I think there is a Mary Sue in New Trek, or in new Star Wars, sorry. But I think that our lasers are pointed in the wrong direction. We need to swing him back over to Kylo. 'Cause, come on. He, from what I've seen, he definitely becomes, an author. 'Cause he's like Anakin. You know? he has all those edgy special boy traits, and he has like a dark history, but it's like I don't feel like he really earned that reputation of this like badass Sith. He just kind of seems to have it. And he's young, and he gets the girl, even though, like, again, he didn't really do anything to earn her affection. And she didn't really like him, and just eventually finds him attractive because of fate, something fate. Kylo definitely comes off more of a Mary Sue than Rey to me, but again, I stopped watching new Star Wars because I was more invested in the friendship of, again, the friendship, the relationship, the bonding of Finn, Poe, and Rey, and they took it in a different direction, so I lost interest. I wish Kylo stayed a villain. Yeah, but they wanted like a new Anakin, right? A new Anakin that like didn't, that wasn't turned into like a freaking like half-baked chicken nugget and like eventually died. Like, Kylo Ren is basically like, oh, what if Anakin was good actually, and what if he didn't turn evil? What if somebody saved him? What if a girl saved him? And they fell in love. What if the love that Padme felt for Anakin was enough to save him? That's like such a fantasy for those edgy, like, antisocial type, like, incel guys, right? That like, oh, I have a girl now to put all my affection into, so now I'm not going to be evil because, like, I managed to get the girl. Like, that's like incel shit. Anyway, sorry, that's mean. That's my impression. Again, like, I haven't done a lot of stuff with new Star Wars. I watched like the original trilogy. I have watched the prequel trilogy a little bit, but I only watched the first of the sequel trilogy, and I haven't really engaged with like any of the extra materials, like the Clone Wars or like any of the new movies like The Mandalorian. Like, I don't care. I don't like that world. I think the world of Star Wars is way, 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 way too entangled with Protestantism for me to give a shit about it. Like, you watch Star Wars, and if like you have that sort of experience of Protestant upbringing, you're like, ugh, disgusting. Like, they talk about the Force as if it's God, and there's like the faith stuff, and it's just like, I don't want to deal with that. I think the Force is ultimately not that interesting, and I don't really like how it's treated in the story. Yeah. Also, I think that like the Sith are stupid, and I think that people that try to rehabilitate the Sith are stupid. I won't name any names, but like, it's just the conceit of like, anyway, I'm not gonna get into that right now. But you will notice that like a lot of Mary Sue's created by fanfic writers are Sith, oddly enough, or they're Grey Jedi, which is something. But talking to an extended universe fan is generally just like, oh my god, Glup Shido is the best character ever. Their midichlorian count is like so high. I have no idea what midichlorian is. I'm guessing it's like, is it like, are they trying to biologically explain the Force now? That is so fascinating. That's so fascinating. Like, is that what a midichlorian is? No, Carbo, shush, don't speak her name. Hmm. Let me check something. Microscopic intelligent life forms that originated from the founding of life. Cells evolved. Blah, blah, blah. The Force spoke through the... Yeah. Oh my god! Oh my god! When were they revealed? Like, no, I don't want the, hold on. Retroactively added by George Lucas to guidelines for the expanded universe originally written in 1977. They maintain that midichlorians were first conceived by George Lucas in 1977. However, there is no evidence of this before the publication of The Making of Star Wars in 2007. The book's author, Jonathan Rinsler, said that Lucas added the passage about midichlorians in the run-up to the book's publication. Oh my god. That is so funny. It's literally, okay. Oh my god. So, it's just like the Star Wars version of Christian apologetics. That's freaking hilarious. That's so funny. Again, like, if you grew up in, like, evangelical Protestantism, you recognize its fingerprints all over that story. Midichlorian. That's so funny. Like, trying to be like, oh, well, it's a matter of fate. Like, because, like, Christian apologism, it's, like, trying to scientifically explain, like, often young earth creationism to, like, to kind of be like, oh, well, actually, it does scientifically make sense. Like, it comes across as that, and if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. That is so funny. Alright, sorry. Back to Anthony's video. Sorry about that little tangent. I was just very curious.
That's the kind of thing we're dealing with, right? You know, these characters get a total pass at being unrealistic, while others do not. Fantasies are appealing to audiences because they allow you to see things you wouldn't ordinarily see. The trick is if you buy into the fantasy it's selling you.
Pull the trigger, Anthony.
Fantasy,
pull the trigger.
Into the movie or
pull the trigger.
Show,
say it's sexism.
Wanting, or do you want to not see that power fantasy? Whereas Rey flails around with a lightsaber because she's untrained. So naturally, she's not going to demonstrate the same skill that John Wick displays in his technical fighting. But does this make for
pull
a
the trigger?
Narrative?
Pull
How
it.
can Rey succeed if she's clearly
pull it, Anthony? Say it.
With a lightsaber, if we never see her.
Say it.
That's all well and good, unless, say, her main enemy was a character who also never finished his training and canonically is the weakest of the big bads that we see throughout the series.
Anthony, are we on the same page? Oh my god. Oh my god, we're on the same page, Ant. Oh my goodness.
Strong as Darth Vader.
Huh?
Haha. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Back at the first film, The Force Awakens,
yes.
Rey wants to return home, but she needs to go on an adventure. She wants one thing, she needs the other. She wants to go home and find her parents, but she needs to escape her home.
Yep, hero's journey, very classic.
That's a basic character conflict right there. Not complex, not really distinct, but it's a basic one. It gets the job done. She ends up by going on that adventure.
Now the Star Wars fandom is gonna come for you, Krim. Come for me. Do it. Rip me apart. Dude, okay, last time I did a stream, we ended up talking a little bit about flat earthers. And freaking, like, Nathan Oakley commenting on the stream. And I was like, what? Sir, what are you doing here? I think you got lost. You're on, like, a... No, I shall not call myself a slur, but, like, I think you got lost somewhere. I'm a transgender here, sir. What are you doing? Like, this is a guy that's, like, a big, like, flat earther, and he just freaking, like... casually just commented on my stream, and I'm like, dude, I have, like, less than 2,000 subscribers. What are you doing here? So yeah, I like to like stir the pot with the fundies and stuff. Anyway,
and doing things. You know, in the final battle, she has no role in destroying Starkiller Base. That's entirely thanks to Finn's information and Poe Dameron's X-Wing fighting. She doesn't even save Han Solo. She doesn't even save Finn. So what does she really accomplish at the end of the movie? She manages to beat up a guy who himself never finished his training, who had a giant hole in his chest from a weapon that can project stormtroopers, plural, across a field. So yeah, it's a feat to win, but like, it's not like it's that big a feat. It's not like, say, she hopped into the cockpit of a ship she's never driven, fought in a warfield she's never engaged in, and at the age of, say, let's say 9, hypothetically speaking, destroys a battle station, thus turning around a massive war when that battle station controls ground troops. You see where I'm going with this, right?
I'm trying to. I don't know where the trigger is. Oops. Wrong one. Maybe this one. Nope. Wait, here it is.
Anakin Skywalker was also a Mary Sue. After all, he did manage to take down a droid command ship on his own when he was like 9, and the universe almost literally revolved around him. I mean, he had his own prophecy and everything. But here's the thing.
Okay, let's continue.
Anakin still needed to be trained before he could use Force powers effectively. Think on that.
Here's the difference between Anakin, though, and Kylo, who I do maintain is Mary Sue. Anakin's evil and gets corrupted and is used and like destroyed and broken down, and just like the freaking like goodness just squeezed out of him by the system that he's a part of. Anakin had the Force guiding him. Yes, that's a big part of it. And I think to say that Anakin is a Mary Sue, I don't think so, because we know the whole point of the story is, how is this talented, hopeful, like, good boy, like, this child that we met, like, how does he become Darth Vader? Like, that's fucked. Like, what is going on here? I need to understand how this happens. And it's like, again, like, Darth Vader, very much like Sephiroth and Shadow, they're products of a system that is fundamentally flawed. It is the product of a system that is so filled with hubris that it creates its own villain. That's what makes Anakin interesting as a character. Palpatine basically groomed Anakin. I would say that that's an accurate description. I wouldn't say basically. Palpatine groomed Anakin. And I think, again, if you like loop back in this discussion of religion, especially Christianity, and what happens oftentimes to young boys that get involved in the clergy and get close to people of power within those systems, they often get hurt. And sometimes when they grow up, I wouldn't even say sometimes, but they often go on to hurt others and inflict that pain onto others if they stay within that system.
A moment. Anakin was pretty much a living avatar of the Force, and he still needed years of training to actually use the Force.
No, you dumbass. Him being in a pod race was him using his Force powers. A pod race was impossible for any other human being to do. That was the beyond Force power skill right there. That's what tipped off Qui-Gon. This guy is strong with the Force. Not just that he had access to the Force, not that he was Force sensitive.
again, like, Anakin is very much, like, not just, like, oh, this is the character you're supposed to see yourself in. It's, like, it's doing this thing that I really like. It's, like, look at this character that we always thought of as evil and the worst thing in this universe. Hey, peeling this back. Like, there's actually some humanity to them. But that power is never really part of their humanity, I think. I think the tale of Anakin is ultimately of someone who, by any rights, should have been, like, if an individual comes along that is all powerful, especially if they're someone that wants to do good, what ultimately happens is, like, this force of power that can affect great change upon the world. What often happens in a corrupt system is they themselves get corrupted. That's the story of Anakin. And therefore, and I wouldn't even call him a tragic hero. He could have been a hero, I think, but, like, in a system where an all-powerful hero answers to a corrupt system, that person is always going to be corrupted by that system. And I think that, like, taking Anakin out of that context, I think that, like, you're missing the point. And I wouldn't call Anakin a Mary Sue. Roxana Nava, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for understanding young Anakin. I appreciate you. Thank you for feeding me money. Batman's a Mary Sue. No, he is not.
But Anakin was strong with the Force, clearly.
My favorite thing of this stream so far is random people coming into the chat and then just saying, like, this random character is a Mary Sue, and it's like, girl, no, he's not. You're delusional. And that's happened, like, 4 or 5 times now.
Because he could pod race, and the Force worked through Anakin to maneuver a vehicle with superhuman speed. Do you think all Force powers is just, oh, the mind trick or whatever? No, it's the reactions.
No. Batman isn't a Mary Sue in any work that he's in that I know of. Period.
Knowing what to do at the right time. In the hierarchy of Star Wars protagonists, what Rey does is not only not extraordinary, it's actually kind of low level. But she's the Mary Sue and Anakin Skywalker isn't. When people criticize Rey for being a Mary Sue, they often point to one scene in The Force Awakens, specifically the scene where Rey pilots and fixes the Millennium Falcon. For one, she doesn't really pilot it all that well. Keep in mind, the original series, Han Solo and Lando Calrissian are able to outrun and outmaneuver TIE fighters in bulk. Here, she struggles outmaneuvering 2 TIE fighters. Further, when Han Solo comes back and they have to fix the Millennium Falcon, all Rey does is remove a compressor. She bypasses it.
Let's go to one of the biggest grievances often referred to by the Star Wars faithful. Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual
Anakin is a failed Mary Sue. He was designed to save the world, but the plot was derailed by Palpatine and it all goes wrong. No. Wrong again. Is Harry Potter and James Bond Gary Stews? Okay, we're not using the term Gary Stew. Like, let's not gender the terms for no reason. We can just call male Mary Sues Mary Sues. We don't need to come up with a new term. That's absolutely silly. Who the fuck said that Uncle Grandpa is a Mary Sue? Get out of here! You guys don't know what words means. Oh boy. Let's keep going.
Usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger
boy.
and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic. But we don't know this for sure, because again, this skill was never hinted at.
Now, this might seem impressive if you weren't paying attention, but we find out earlier in the movie that Rey was there when the compressor was installed.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Uncle plucked it. I thought it was a mistake too. Puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
What'd you do?
I bypassed the compressor.
She knows what it does, how it impacts the engine, based purely on understanding how mechanics works. Now, this is demonstrated through dialogue, yes, but the dialogue tells us a lot. So she removes a compressor and she kind of struggles to pilot a big ship. And that's so remarkable. That's something that's unusual that we haven't seen before in Star Wars. That a character living around machines figured out how a machine...
Oh, hold on. I need to make a quick little graphic. Let's take a little break while I make a graphic. Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum. Dead air, dead air, dead air. Making a little graphic just for the people that keep on coming in. Let's freaking go. Oh, wrong color. Actually, I'm just gonna keep it like that. Perfect. Adrian Parchman, thank you for the super chat. Clearly, Crimson Ender is a Mary Sue. You got me. I'm just gonna put this guy up here. Tapping the sign whenever somebody's like, hey, it's Batman and Mary Sue. No! Sephiroth is not a Mary Sue. Oh my god, you guys. I need you to, like, open a book and, like, read the words that are on a page.
Machine she had known about for years worked.
Begging you to guys to read books.
Impressive? Hell, Han Solo isn't even that good at fixing the Falcon. Am I the only one who remembers Empire Strikes Back? How often Han Solo tries to fix the Falcon and just screws it up more? There's like 3 or 4 scenes where he fails to fix the Falcon. She'd probably be better at fixing a machine because she's been around machines. Now, is this information clearly communicated to the audience? Probably not. It could be done better, undeniably so. There could be more scenes elaborating on her mechanical know-how, scenes where she identifies mechanical pieces more, or, you know, something. It could be better. But is it bad as it is? I don't necessarily think it is.
I think we can probably trust the audience a little bit. I mean, like, that's the impression that I got from Rey. Like, she lived on a world mostly inhabited by droids, I believe. And we're seeing her scavenging in the first scene, and she talks about mechanics. I think that, again, Anthony, my scrungle, my little precious, little precious bean, I think you're falling into the trap a little bit. Trust the audience, and don't take people that are super pedantic, like the chuds, like the literary devil, don't take them so seriously. Don't worry about their opinions. Their opinions don't matter because they're dumb. It's fine.
Her times on Jakku don't necessarily give us a full picture of her skill set, but it does illustrate that she knows enough to justify her skills in the movie. It certainly does not make her a Mary Sue in any case. One of the reasons why the Rey discourse is in particular so strange is that she's honestly less skilled than the majority of characters in Star Wars.
Okay, one last thing. One of the things that I think that we do with female characters, and this is true in a lot of cases about, like, women, is that they need to prove before it matters that they're good at something. When it's like, hey, actually, I think the scene where she manages to fix the Millennium Falcon by taking the compressor off, I think actually that's pretty good proof that she's got mechanical know-how, and is kind of like, that's a big character moment for Rey, and it firmly establishes the hints that we've been seeing up until now that she is mechanically gifted. Like, we know, we've been seeing that, and then she says this, like, yes, I was able to fix this thing at a critical point in the story by doing this. I think that's pretty good proof that she's mechanically gifted. And I think, again, we're going back into that verisimilitude thing, where it's like, oh yeah, I guess that she was raised on a planet where there was a lot of droids, and she works with a lot of machines. That makes sense, thinking back. But you don't need to prove to the audience again, like, trust them a little bit. Trust that they'll assume when they see, oh, she just did this thing that, like, a mechanic would know how to do, and she's grown up around machines. That must mean that she's mechanically gifted in a way that Han Solo isn't. That's fine. If somebody goes into that and it's like, oh, but, like, girl, like, you don't have to cop to that attitude. You don't have to give those people leeway. You don't have to include those people in the conversation. You don't have to cede that ground. Let them be sexist. Let them be misogynist. Let them be chuds. You're never going to prove your point to those people, ever. So don't include them in your conversation. Mechanic character in a universe with space travel. I don't know, kind of sucks. Mary Sue. The Mary Sue scare, as I'm calling it, made me stop writing. Never picked up a pencil again. I'm so sorry, Max. Directors are trusting the audience to recognize the patterns in the story. Yeah. And then, like, again, I don't know if you're here for this, Max, because I think you came in, like, partway through. I don't remember exactly. But, again, my point is also that, like, I think that a term that was largely brought up in hobbyist spaces, where people are, like, doing works of passion and like very personal stories that they make out of love. I think that was, like, it was a term developed in the transformative workspace to be like, hey, your OC sucks. That's what, when somebody said that your character was an OC, or your OC was a Mary Sue, that's what that meant. It's like, I don't like this character. I don't think she fits into the world of of Star Trek originally. And critically, like many things in fandom and in transformative workspaces, Mary Sue was a term coined by women, not by men. It was coined by women to talk about characters made by women. So. Yeah. And that's it goes hand in hand with like trusting the audience and like not letting people like the literary devil like into the conversation. You have to accept that people are going to be stupid sometimes, and you have to be okay with that. It's like, and I spoke with this earlier last week, I think, when we were doing some yapping time, that like, I think Anthony, I'm sorry, I have so much respect for Anthony, but I think he's a little bit falling into this trap of I want to give this criticism gently, because I don't think it's coming from a bad place. But I am going to compare it to something that I saw earlier this week. The final experiment. And God, if freaking flat earth shows up as a topic and then like gets flagged to people that are looking for flat earth content, like, I'm doomed, I guess. But I'm bringing it up because it's something I recently witnessed. The final experiment was an experiment made by Mike Duffy, I want to say. I think it was Michael Duffy. Who wanted to prove once and for all that we live on a globe. So he paid tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to arrange a trip for him and a bunch of like scientists and flat earthers to go down to Antarctica and witness the 24-hour sun during the solstice. And even though he did that, like flat earthers didn't believe it for any number of reasons. And there was a point during the stream, because there was a 24-hour live stream, and that was and this bit was included as like a highlights reel, I believe, where Duffy is yelling at somebody on the phone about what a liar and what an idiot and what a hack he is, and about how he finally proved him wrong. And as he's screaming and yelling that, you can hear on the other end of the phone the same guy screaming and yelling. Or not the same guy, but like the other guy's also screaming and yelling, and like they can't get a word in edgewise. And like, looking at the final experiment, it is a project of pride. Where it's like, I understand why Duffy did what he did. I think that he had good motivations, and I think he wanted to take a swing at anti-science people, and I respect that. But ultimately, it didn't do anything. Like, this man spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for his own pride, because he knows he's right, and he can't stand that there are other people out in the world that think they're right when they're not. And there's a certain amount of people that we just have to give up on. Like, I hate to say, like, that sounds so bad, I think, out of context. But you have to, like, cope to the fact that, like, this person is always going to refuse to listen. And trying to speak to them, trying to appeal to them, trying to include them in the conversation, is just this self-defeating project of pride. They can be wrong. People can say wrong, incorrect things. Stop focusing on them and start talking to the people in the middle, the people that are kind of regurgitating this idea. Don't focus on, like, trying to appeal to literary devil. Focus on the people caught in the middle that don't really understand what a Mary Sue is, the history of it, why it's used. Focus on educating those people. That's who we focus on talking to. Stop talking to the fucking chuds. We don't need them. They're not going to be convinced. Maybe they'll change their mind one day, but it's not going to be you or me that changes it. Focus your talking points on the people that want to learn. I think is really important. Never bet against stupid people being stupid. There is that difference between being able to theoretically prove someone wrong and make them listen to you if you say the right things, but it's practically impossible. I'm gonna like pull up another YouTuber that I love and adore. Hold on a second. Sorry to go on a sidebar. I will continue blowing smoke up this person's ass for as long as possible because I think they're super cool and super awesome. This is... Hold on. This is Gutsick Gibbon. She makes cool science videos and like debunks a lot of and also debunks a lot of like creationists and like anti-scientist people. And I enjoy her content, but sometimes she goes on to debates with these people that they're hosting. And I love how she describes it because she says that she's relapsing. And I've kind of taken that idea, and that's how I describe it when I find myself getting involved in conversations that I know there's no point to. It feels like relapsing. It's like, I know that this is pointless, but I can't help myself. And I think that we all can kind of get into these things, but like, I think it's this video. Yeah, it's this video where she was in a debate with, ooh, let me see. Hello, my queen. Oh yeah, I commented on it. I can feel a blood vessel growing and bursting on my forehead. Ergo, how do you do this to yourself? Where there's like, she's just being treated like shit by the people she's in a call with. Like, they're being very sexist. They're being very mean. They keep talking over her. And it's like, stop doing this to yourself. Erica, you're a PhD candidate. You don't need to talk to these people. And she knows what she's doing. Like, she knows that she's relapsing. But like, this is like an exercise in futility, and we need to stop doing it, I think, as intellectuals. I call myself an intellectual very loosely. I'm not sure if I want to call myself that, but like, when we're attempting to have intellectual discussions, we don't have to concede ground to these people. We don't have to. Stop trying to. Anyway. Something can't reason somebody out of a position they didn't reason themselves into in the first place. I think it's digital self-harm. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Oh my god. It's just like when I no, I'm not gonna. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm coming at this from someone that used to be like a young earth creationist. You know, and I got pulled out of it not because I had a friend that constantly drilled into my head how stupid it was that I believed that dinosaurs walked the earth at the same time as humans and were on the, you know, like, I like, nothing, no amount of scientific evidence could convince me otherwise. What changed my mind, and I've spoken about this before, but what brought me out of young earth creationism, I was about like 17, 18 at the time. It was that my late teenage years are kind of a blur for me. I was going through a lot, but what brought me out of it was that it was time for me to be baptized, and I was like, why do I need to get baptized? Like, aren't I already saved? And they're like, well, yes, but like if I'm like, if I died right now, would I go to hell? And I was like, well, no, but you really should get saved. And I'm like, but I thought that we believed in like baptism of the soul. Like, I thought that was fine. It's like, yeah, but it's like, well, either I'm going to hell or I'm not. And then there was like, well, it's about the community. The community wants to see that you were saved. And I'm like, I thought a relationship with God was personal. It's like, well, it is, but also it'll make your grandparents feel better. And I'm just like, okay, so I'm doing this ritual to appeal to my community, not to appeal to God. And you're saying that I don't need to do it to get into heaven because my soul has already been baptized spiritually. I don't need to do it. I'm still going to heaven, and I have still proven that I love God. But you still want me to do this anyway to appeal to other people, and you're using God to make me feel guilty. You're saying that God wants me to do this, but like it seems like you're saying that you want me to do this because you need to see it to feel comfortable. And that like logical inconsistency broke down my faith. And then I read Golden Compass, and it was all over. Takes time and love. You pretty much got to be a family member trying to take that person back out of the dark place they're in. It could be a ton of work. I disagree. Baptism was something that made me question your religion as a kid too. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I disagree. That's not how I got pulled out of religion. It helped that I knew my mom is an atheist. My family situation is ridiculous. My mom is a lesbian and an atheist. But my dad, is a fundamentalist Christian. And they broke up when I was about 6 years old because my mom is gay. And she's like, no, this isn't me. Ellen DeGeneres opened my eyes, and I'm not really even joking about that. So, I ended up getting very isolated because I like realized that like, oh, this is all fake. I read the Golden Compass. I came out as trans, and then my life went to shit for a few years. So it was like, no, I didn't kind of get pulled out of Christianity and young earth creationism and evangelicalism, and until the warm, loving embrace of family, I was in this loving community that was feeding me this story that I realized was wrong, and me looking for the truth, I got plunged into icy cold bullshit, and like, but there's nothing I could, like, I didn't believe anymore. There was nothing that could happen. Like, even if I sometimes did miss the church, and I missed going to events with the church, I couldn't consciously, like, participate in those things anymore because I knew it was all fake. So. Krim was raised Christian as a small lad and then became a demon fucking based. Yeah, Anyway. This is all to say that, like, and I love that we continue to kind of orbit around religion, but, like, it's the same thing with these people, where they believe in something wrong, And there's nothing you can do to convince them, just like there was nothing you could do to convince me. You can argue until you're blue in the face. And it won't ever work. Oftentimes, it's something the people in power do to the individual that kind of causes that cognitive dissonance that, like, breaks them out of that trance, and you're like, well, that didn't make sense. And then you start asking questions, and you realize that the people that you've trusted your whole life, and this way of thinking that you've trusted your whole life, doesn't have an answer. And I think that's what, like, a lot of people like the Literary Devil do, and like Jar, and like all of those people. Like, they have a way of thinking, and you're not going to convince them otherwise. Maybe one day they'll realize that the way they think puts them in a situation where, like, I have this problem, and the way that I've thought my whole life can't answer for that problem. Now, maybe the way I think is going to start to break down. But until if they're comfortable, and if they feel comforted, and they feel validated by the way they think and by the people they surround themselves with, there's nothing that we can do on the outside that's going to help them. And like I said, we should still create media and literature and educational tools for the people who want to be educated. Because maybe there will come a day, just like it did for me, where I wanted to be more educated, and I wanted to learn, and I wanted to look at other ways of thinking about things. So I read a book that all Christians told me, don't read this. It's anti-Christian, and a lot of Christians that read it stop being Christians. Don't read it. So I read it specifically because I knew that, like, it was kind of helping people break down their faiths, and I was ready for my faith to be broken down and to deconstruct, and going on that literary journey helped me put it into perspective. And then I went on and I, like, looked up, like, actual scientific resources. I read primary sources that, like, argued against the young age of the earth and for the ancient age, and, like, I love science, so that, like, that was a very easy way for me to engage and, like, be more confident in my atheism. And again, maybe one day these people will do that. And I think it is our job to continue creating more material for people who want to be educated. But if somebody doesn't want to be educated, stop trying to reach across the aisle. Liberal moment. And, like, I'm sorry I called you a liberal, Anthony. I'm sorry. But I think that's where it kind of comes from. I think that's where it kind of comes from. I'm not saying that you are a liberal, but I think that, like, I think that, like, once, and I do the same thing too. I sometimes, like, appeal to the liberal, the noisy little cringe liberal inside of me. And I think I think we shouldn't do that. I think we need to stop doing that. I think you're doing it a little bit in this video. Don't concede any ground to chuds, period.
Has no formal training, yes, but her main opponent is canonically weaker than prior villains, and also never finished his training. She only beats Palpatine because she turns Palpatine's power against him, something we had already seen done in previous Star Wars films by Mace Windu. Rey isn't that overpowered. She's not overpowered at all.
Okay, is Mace Windu a Mary Sue? That's my new question.
She's just a big fish in a shrinking pond. I think it's worth pointing out also that the Rey is a Mary Sue accusations, they started with a tweet by...
Also, I just want to say that, like, Palpatine's an old, decaying man. I think calling Rey a Mary Sue for killing an old man, like an old, like, senile, like, geriatric man. It's like, oh, yeah, wow. What an accomplishment. He was falling apart already. We're all liberal down here, Angel.
Max Landis. Yeah, that Max Landis, son of the director John
Oh no.
Landis. When The Force Awakens came out, he went to Twitter to call Rey the worst Star Wars character ever made. He used a few different words in that, but I'm simplifying it now. And at the time, he was called out by general audiences for sexism because, yeah, that's what he was doing. Now, increasingly, online critics focus on fantasy and sci-fi stories, especially superhero stories, in order to go,
Mary Sue's gotten even worse. There's been a growing trend where no woman could be saved by a man in modern movies or TV shows. They're always hyper-competent, and no matter what they do, or how evil they are, they can and will be redeemed. Or at the very least...
Okay, there are some people in this fucking bitch of an earth, and Jar is one of them. Where I just listen to them talk, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm neurotypical after all. Maybe I don't understand what autism is. I've encountered that a few times this month, and I won't say anything else, but like, oh my goodness, what the fuck? Who says? Anyway.
At least be the second most evil in comparison to someone else.
You know, look, it's a convention of the genre. People have powers, you know? Fantasy characters, they can use a sword. Sci-fi gunslingers can use guns. If you're a cyberpunk hacker, you can hack into a computer system. These are conventions, you gotta get used to it. I guess I gotta talk about professional Cinnabare Simp.
No!
The robot.
No!
He has a lot of videos on Mary Sue's, and I guess it reflects the general trends I've seen in certain spaces about this.
I hate his face. Why is he a robot but has like a realistic human nose? I think it's because he wants that whole Roman nose ass look. But it's like, dude, I don't think a robot like that would have a nose. I don't think he would have lips. Like, you just drew a human face on top of a robot, and I think you're a coward for that. Whoever made your avatar is a coward.
Discussion with Mary Sue's. Though, when watching his video, despite Just Robot having a playlist of 8 videos on Mary Sue's, with a couple of them being unlisted, that were not in the playlist, that were then stitched to the end of videos he would later upload, which I think is interesting, to expand the runtime. To
oh my god, Anthony.
Frankenstein Mary Sue videos together.
Anyways, stay tuned till after the credits for some bonus content about how to do Mary Sue's the right way, and if Bella Swan from Twilight is or isn't a Mary Sue. Guys, those videos cost a lot of money to make. I will keep on listing them and upload a new Mary Sue video with them in it until I break even.
Ooh, Char. No. I'll say it until I die. All Jar is good for is scaring the hoes. Detroit become Chud. Stop. Hi, Cryo. You ever see those old Iron Man comics where Iron Man has a nose and looks terrible? That's what Jar has. A robot shouldn't have a nose or lips. Agreed. A robot should, sorry, I almost read the super chat again. I'm so aware right now. Funny how Jar, a robot PNG tuber, is a white robot with blue eyes. Sus. I don't really get it, but, I wouldn't call him a PNG tuber. PNG tuber is very specifically like a play on the term VTuber. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
His playlist has a collective of over 1 million views.
Let's start with She-Hulk.
He has a lot of criticism about She-Hulk being a Mary Sue. So, She-Hulk's got super strength. That's something we've never seen before in a superhero story. Super strength. Can you imagine that? Really strong? Yeah, never seen that before in Marvel, especially. I mean, yeah, there's a couple exceptions to that. I mean, you know, there's Hulk, there's Thor, Captain Marvel, Captain America, The Thing, Spider-Man, Venom, Carnage, Iron Man, the Green Goblin, Red Hulk, Abomination, Thanos, Drax Destroyer, Valkyrie, Ant-Man, Adam Warlock, Groot, Ultron, Surtur, Odin, Hercules, Zeus, Jane Foster's Thor, Black Panther, Shuri Black Panther, Ego, The Living Planet, Dormammu, Ronan the Accuser, Namor, Werewolf by Night, Man-Thing. I can keep going. Oh, but she breaks the fourth wall to rewrite reality as a in a joke scene to satisfy her character arc, which is very interesting.
All right, A, that's like, she's not the only Marvel character that does that. B, like, she also does that in the comics. Like, the comics are also pretty meta as well. So, like, I never got the whole, oh, hi, Anthony! I'm hitting you with hammers. Yeah, you did miss some things. I did get a little snappy at you, but, like, don't look at me! It's it! Get him! Bring out the magnifying glass. Hold on, where'd it go? There he is. Burning you with a magnifying glass right now, Anthony. Okay. Yeah, like, you haven't missed too... Oh, okay, no, you did miss a lot. I guess that, like, I have agreed with some points, but but my main conceit right now is that you kind of are letting chuds control the conversation a little bit too much. I guess that's kind of that's kind of what I think so far. But like, I will continue to let you try to build your argument. Also, like, why is every freeze frame that I have of today he's mewing? What the hell? What the heck, guys?
That's right. When she doesn't like the lemons she's been given, she just breaks the fourth wall.
So
and
is
just changes everything
yeah,
to suit
just like
her
Deadpool.
needs. So as powerful as Wanda is, someone who took out an alternate version of Captain Marvel and a ton of other powerful superheroes, She-Hulk is still leaps and bounds above her when it comes to power, because she can literally rewrite reality.
And that's never happened before either. No Marvel character has
Yeah.
ever rewritten reality, except, you know, when Doctor Strange did it at the end of his movie with the Time
Yes.
Stone, or when Scarlet Witch did
And, like,
it in
hold on.
WandaVision to bring...
Pausing a little bit, and that seems to be like the kind of the direction that Marvel is going in, where we're having a lot of stories and characters that are kind of it's very meta right now. Like, Marvel is super meta at the moment. Agatha all along also did this. The Marvels did it to an extent. Miss Marvel as well. Like, we're even, I would say, the sort of follow-up after Thanos, it has been doing that. It's very meta at the moment. I think what people whine on is that Jen has control in her Hulk form, which is not an exclusive thing for all other Hulk. For her, all other Hulks can do this too because they don't got multiple personalities. Yes, exactly. Like, the reason that Bruce Banner has such an issue with it is because he has multiple personality as well, which is kind of exasperating the issue with the whole Hulk thing. He describes the Hulk as another person. It's kind of like a Jekyll and Hyde situation. And I think it's very apt for Bruce Banner in particular because Hulk is still considered a good person. But he is kind of Bruce Banner without inhibitions. But Jen does not have multiple personality disorder. She doesn't have like the Hulk, her as the Hulk and her as human, they are the same person. Yeah. Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine also have been breaking down, like, the meta-narrative. And I like that. I think that's interesting, and I think, like, it's fun to do that with comics. Because, like, I think we get so on... I think that, like, comics have created such a formula that, like, I think a lot of us are eager to break down, and we like watching stories in which how we feel about comic books is breaking down. And the way that, like, superheroes are treated. And, like, Jen, who is a lawyer, again, and that's kind of what she's doing when she breaks the narrative, and she breaks the narrative in a way that a lawyer might do. Where she's like, hey, like, you're not giving this character a fair shake. I'm gonna break the narrative a little bit about it. Yeah. He even says this when first talking to Jen when first transformed, saying you don't have another personality to deal with. Bruce Banner had DID before the Hulkening? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he did. I think that yeah. I would have to look into Hulk as a character in detail a lot more in the history of Hulk. But, like, I think that, like, I've heard people with DID kind of describe his transformation, like his first transformation, his exposure, the lab experiment and all of that, the lab accident, is kind of, like, analogous to, like, a trauma that split his mind. He does in the comics, he doesn't in the MCU. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that the MCU is missing is also the issue, you know. And because of that often misses the point. I think that, and I'm sure it's a way to, like, remove stigmatization from DID, but also, like, I think we need to be more okay with making messy art. Yeah. The trauma in the comics is his dad was horrendously abusive. Okay, thank you, Anthony, for answering that.
You know, what Vision back to life. Or when Thanos, Hulk, and Tony did it with the Infinity Stone. Or when Doctor Strange did it twice in Spider-Man No Way Home. Or when Loki did it repeatedly in Loki, right down to rewriting the entire multiverse. Or the TVA, for that matter, every time they pruned the universe. Or when Deadpool and Wolverine did it by saving a universe without its anchor being. No, She-Hulk argued with the writers to change the plot. That's so much more extreme than rewriting the multiverse itself. Seriously,
Sorry to interrupt you, Anthony. And again, I think that's really fun, is that she approached interacting with her meta differently than all the other characters that used their magic or used their strength or used their power. She used her skill as a lawyer to change the meta. Which I love. I love it so much. Because that's what She-Hulk is all about. She turns into her Hulk form and then, like, does court cases. So of course she would use her lawyer skills to achieve what everybody else is achieving with power. It's very interesting.
The thing about She-Hulk that's particularly unique anyway, power-wise. She's really strong, and that's about it. Oh, but she can control her anger. That very thing that fuels the Hulk, that makes him the strongest there is, she can control the anger, and thus not build strength up like the Hulk can. That seems like the opposite of being powerful, but okay, sure, makes him more powerful apparently. Now, I firmly believe that discussing She-Hulk's powers in relation to the She-Hulk series is a reductive conversation, because She-Hulk's powers don't really help her all that much. If anything, they create problems. Jennifer's whole conflict is how she's perceived, either as an object of desire or as someone who is demeaned for trying to advance in the world. Even when seen as a sexually...
Thank you for the super chat, Cryo. I still find it funny that the actress wants to sue Disney for not adding her to the Wolverine and Deadpool movie. Speaking about meta. The CGI in the She-Hulk show is not good. No, I would agree with you. It's fine. It's, you know, it's like it's a TV series, but it does kind of fall flat a little bit, but we're expecting, like, oh, that's not true. Yeah, let's see, Tatiana Misogyny. She's a Canadian actress, by the way, and my favorite thing with her in it is Orphan Black. She plays a series of clones, and she is such a good actress. Not only does she give the clones distinct personalities to the point that you forget that you're watching, like, it's all played by the same person. You don't, like, it immerses you so well that you're like, oh, wait a minute, they're all the same person. Like it's something that you have to keep reminding yourself of because she's got such range. Not only can she do that, but she's also, sometimes the clones will disguise themselves as other clones, and not only can you tell when that's happening, you can tell which clone is pretending to be the clone they're pretending to be. It's so good. And like the hair and makeup department is like, you know, it absolutely is pulling a lot of weight there, but she's so good. I am such a Tatiana Maslany fan. Sues Marvel. Snopes. No, Deadpool and Wolverine and She-Hulk aren't in a legal battle. Movie bomb. Oh, it's fun. The rumor began after Deadpool and Wolverine opened in theaters and was a smash hit. It was said that Tatiana Maslany had filmed the scene for the movies as She-Hulk, but was seemingly cut from it. The supposed reason was that Ryan Reynolds, both the star, co-writer, and producer of the film, did not like the scene. Yet, more than that, it was Reynolds fighting back against Disney because they wanted to put She-Hulk in the film to push a feminist message that Ryan Reynolds seemingly did not want in the movie. Have you met Ryan Reynolds? He's absolutely a feminist. And he is also, I think Ryan Reynolds is also Canadian, and like I don't think that he would, you know, Canadians often care more. I was like, oh yay, another Canadian just like me. So I think he would be more jazzed about that than like wanting to tear Tatiana down. Isn't it a good look for Ryan? Da, 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 da. Never confirmed or even rumored during the film's production. There is no reason to assume Marvel Studios would film and then cut She-Hulk from Deadpool and Wolverine, given that the movie is filled with guest appearances from a variety of Marvel characters like Jennifer Garner's Elektra, Wesley Snipes' Blade, Channing Tatum's Gambit, Daphne Keene's Laura, and Chris Evans' The Human Torch. Why would Marvel and Ryan Reynolds cut She-Hulk? Da 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 da. Oh, I see. The lawsuit was a joke in Lego Disney. Okay, so they likely saw something about She-Hulk suing Deadpool, but that turned out to be a joke in a Disney Plus special. On October 18th, 2024, Disney released a Lego Marvel Avengers Mission Demolition, an animated special set within the Lego Marvel Universe centered on superhero Demolition Man, aka D-Man. In one scene, D-Man, Will Friedle, is walking along and talking to the audience and is stopped by She-Hulk, informing him that breaking the fourth wall is her thing. When he says he thought it was Deadpool's thing, She-Hulk says, no, 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 I did it first and I sued him for stealing my bit. I sued him right out of this very special. It was a joke in a Lego movie, you guys. That's so good. Oh, man. Reading comprehension down the drain. All right. Fact checked.
Person like as She-Hulk, her dual identity causes her a problem. People want her for her green transformation, her massive biceps. Not for her as a person, however. Not for her as Jennifer. For her as She-Hulk. And that conflict, the perceived self versus the true self, is what the finale of the She-Hulk series is all about. The conflict with Kevin isn't about stopping Intelligentsia, the big bad organization, who themselves don't really matter either. It's about taking life back on her own terms. It's about taking control of a narrative that's spun out of control. And that's very important, to become self-actualized. Mm-hmm. It's also a meta-joke criticizing the MCU and their formulaic storytelling, something Deadpool and Wolverine also does in the movie Deadpool and Wolverine. That movie is a celebration of both the value of the outsider, who isn't the hero, while also celebrating years of a cinematic universe. Both movies are about perception, and both movies are meta-commentaries on the films that came before, and the structures therein. I want to elaborate slightly more on the finale of She-Hulk, because The entire finale happens because her public image is damaged by her taking the bait intelligentsia plans for her, hitting her where she's emotionally vulnerable, and her publicly losing her temper. You know, the very thing she said she and other women had to control in that first episode.
Well, here's the thing, Bruce. I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time. Because if I don't, I will get called emotional or difficult or might just literally get murdered.
The bit that everyone complained about, because they were like, oh, I don't get why she would say that. Why would she need to control her anger more? Well, that's why. That's the reason why, you know, because one outburst is enough to ruin a person's entire persona, and, you know, she loses her job, she's treated like a monster. You know, I mean, think about it this way. The Hulk had to destroy a city before people started to treat him like a monster.
Yeah, I mean, like, she said it's like, this is what happens when I lose my temper, and then she lost her temper, and that's what happened. People tried to kill her, people called her emotional, like, this is why women can't have Hulk powers. That's what happened. That's what happened in the text, but it also happened outside of the text by everybody else. Like, all of the critics, all of the chuds.
Monster after New York, but after one small outburst after being violated publicly, that's enough for her to be demeaned by the public. That's kind of the point of the whole show.
Yep.
But
Agreed.
I think people missed the idea. They missed the forest for the trees here.
Yep.
That's right. When she doesn't like the lemons she's been given, she just breaks the fourth wall.
It's almost like every comment that people got mad about was actually tied in thematically with the ideas of the show or something, or the core conflict of everything. That would be crazy, right? The entire finale isn't about punching a bad guy. It's about reclaiming her identity and claiming ownership of a narrative that's spun out of her control.
Well, can we not do Todd gets Hulk powers? Like, the powers aren't the villain. He is. And Bruce swooping down from literal outer space to save the day in my story.
Well, let's take a look at this. There is a character who isn't overpowered by the rules of her universe, doesn't resolve all the conflicts with her powers, and in fact, her powers create more problems, and certainly is not liked by everyone, considering how public
is it Captain
image
Marvel?
Is the key conflict that
is it Captain
she faces
Marvel?
in the show. So how is She-Hulk remotely a Mary Sue?
Oh.
And I can apply
Oh,
this
never mind. I
same
thought you were
discussion to
going somewhere
many
else.
Characters who critics call Mary Sues, and I will right now.
We have Wendy from Peter Pan and Wendy, or just Wendy as I like to call it. But someone at the writing department, who probably spends more time on fanfiction.net than doing their actual job, said to themselves, I can fix her by making her into a badass sword fighter and have her say the line, this power belongs to no boy! She breaks a mirror as she sword fights with her brothers, then shifts the blame onto them when her parents ask her about it. Finally, I just got done reviewing all of the Witcher Blood Origins. It's the worst thing I have ever reviewed yet. Our main character, the Lark, is a badass woman who will save the Waldo. Her and the other guy get locked up, but she's too cool for the rules and Locke picks her way out.
So wait, she gets locked up and Locke picks her way out, which is a thing that just about every single fantasy and protagonist has done.
All right, I'm gonna put forth an example of who I think is a Mary Sue in a movie that came out recently. And that's the main characters of the new Hocus Pocus movie. I think that they really take me out of the story. And I actually made a video about this. If you're interested, you can go to my channel. It's, I believe it's called the Hocus Pocus 2 Protagonist That We Deserved. Because the main characters are, by admission of the creator, like author inserts, they kind of really deflate what's going on, I think, and like there's so much focus put on them and their sort of pseudo conflict. We spend a lot of time like watching them like not really push the plot forward, and yet at the culmination of the film they can just solve everything without really earning it. And they're supposed to be, and they're like the good version of witches, basically. Like, even though in Hocus Pocus, and you don't have to agree with the conceit of this, but in Hocus Pocus, witches are witches because of how they're treating other people. And there isn't really a good version of being a witch, because like to be a witch, you have to do these things like violate other lives. And it's kind of contingent on that. But nope, these are good witches. They're the good versions, and they're what like Winifred and her sisters could have been. And it's like, I think that we're like not really taking the original story, we're not meeting it where it was. We're just inventing these new characters, and they're like the perfect example of Mary Sue's, if you ask me. But yeah. Anyway.
Lockpicking. That apparently is too extreme for this.
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Look, this can go on forever. I could go on forever about this and just go through each character people call Mary Sue and say this is why they're wrong. For the most part, they might hit a real Mary Sue once or twice. I think the bigger problem is why we keep calling all these characters, who are, I think, very obviously all female, Mary Sue's. Like, why?
Finally, he gets the point. It's misogyny.
We recognize Mary Sue and we go, oh, there's Mary Sue. But we see that pattern recognition in our brains, I guess, and just act? Or what's the pattern that we're noticing? Why are we calling all these characters Mary Sue's when so many of them clearly aren't? Based on my scientific observation, I've determined that these are the traits that many online critics seem to conflate with Mary Sueism. Power of any kind that is unearned qualifies as being a Mary Sue trait, apparently. But what does unearned mean?
Anyways, because of her play fighting with her brothers, she's able to take up martial arts and become a competent fighter. Lol, I'm just messing with you. She doesn't do any formal training. But those play fights with her siblings somehow give her the skills to take on battle-hardened pirates that are 2 times bigger than her.
Well, I guess they...
Yeah, because it's Neverland. And Neverland is a land. I'm gonna be calm. Because I think, again, this is an issue with the power scaling community, and power scaling community are a bunch of unserious assholes that I don't like. Don't Hulk out. I'm going cream. No, I don't know. My brain's fried because like Peter Pan the whole thing about Neverland is that you're taking the fantasy of children and you're turning it into something tangible. So, like, yes, a girl who play fights with her brothers with, like, toy swords is going to be a good sword fighter in the world of Neverland because it's her fantasy made reality. Yeah, that's literally just... that's literally the whole point of Neverland. I have problems with Wendy, but it's... or Peter Pan and Wendy as a Peter Pan fan, but, like, that's not it. I think that often we're too focused on the way for women to be strong is for them to fill the same power fantasy that men fill. Actually, I'm curious. Let me see. I have a suspicion that I would like to confirm. Yes. Yes. It was created by men. Directed by man. Produced by an Ann. Starring, that doesn't really matter. Cinematography, a man. Edited by Lisa Zeno-Shurgan. That's one woman. Another man. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah. This is like a man's idea of female empowerment. Just make her do the same things that you would, as a man, find empowering. It's a power fantasy, and just do that with a woman instead. When it's like you can't solve sexism by like playing into like, you can't solve sexism and misogyny by playing by the rules of the patriarchy. Why do we think of fighting and defeat as like a form of strength and goodness? You know, like that's a question I think that you would ask from a feminist point of view. And I'm like, hey, I bet the people that were like behind the scenes were all male, and like, yeah, everybody but the editor was male. So why are the colors in Peter Pan and Wendy so dull? Because it's more realistic. That's why. We love realism. I hate creators' pet blorbos who can do no wrong, even when they're being outright assholes to other characters, even when other characters are demonized for the same behaviors.
We want a shonen
Hi, Michael.
training montage with every single character to have them start at level 1 before rising up the ranks, and that works for some characters, certainly. I mean, I don't think Iron Man would make sense if Iron Man just started off with the Iron Man suit. We have to see him build it, have to see him advance technology. Spider-Man, though, he's just given power. He gets bitten by a spider. He goes from the...
Thank you for the super chat, Shark. The writer's Futena called it. Called it what?
a weakling to a
know what I
really
mean?
strong, one of the strongest heroes right there. That's not really earned, that's given. The mutants, they're all born with their powers. That's given to them, not really earned. Controlling and honing their powers, yes, that is earned. But they don't have to train to get powerful. And Rey uses force abilities because she's born force sensitive. She's born as a dyad in the force. Her powers are granted to her by the essence of the universe. So it's hard to really say she's worked for her powers any more than Anakin did when he was born with the Force. Well, okay, but there is one example with Rey, where she uses the Jedi mind control trick, where she tells a guard to loosen her binds without any training to know how to do that. She's basing it probably off of legends she heard or stories she's heard. Okay, that's unearned. I'll grant you that. It's also one scene. The scene in question also doesn't end or resolve any conflicts. It just allows the plot to move forward. It's a plot device, nothing more. There are way more egregious cases where characters have very unearned power that allows them to resolve conflicts that are key to the plot. A great example of this? Harry Potter. All the tools Harry uses to beat Voldemort in each of the books is...
Why are we talking about Harry Potter? In 2025! Okay, it's fine. I would also argue that, like, just because they're not Mary Sue's doesn't mean they're good, and vice versa.
Is handed to him. He beats Voldemort as a kid and multiple times afterwards because of things outside his influence. His parents died to save him, so he's protected by a magic field that repels Voldemort, the magic of love and all that. Now that's something that doesn't work with any other character whose parents died or whose loved ones died protecting them. It's just unique to Harry, apparently. Later on, Voldemort resurrects himself, using Harry's blood, meaning that barrier of love is gone.
I can touch you. I would really not be screaming that at the top of your lungs.
But oh no, now it turns out that Voldemort and Harry had the same...
Are we arguing that Harry Potter is a Mary Sue? Because I don't think Harry Potter is a good character, but I also don't think that he's a Mary Sue.
magic core in their wands, a phoenix feather, and they just happen to be the only two people who have this exact same feather because Dumbledore's phoenix is the donor of the wand's cores, apparently. Okay, whatever. So whenever Harry and Voldemort attack, their wands just counter each other out, so Voldemort and Harry can't fight each other straight up. Now it turns out that Harry has to die by Voldemort's hands in order to actually kill Voldemort for reals, because Harry is the 8th Horcrux and Voldemort has acquired the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's corpse. Okay. And when this happens, Voldemort uses a killing curse for a second time against Harry, and he's fine. He's the only person in the recorded history, apparently, to survive the killing curse twice, and he's just okay. He gets better, you know. And when the book ends, Harry wins because of wand technicalities. It's legal.
All right. So, I'm going to pause this for a second, and we're going to interrogate why Harry Potter, the story of Harry Potter, is the way it is. We're not going to take too long on this, because this stream is already 3.5 hours long. And I really want to play Zelda tonight. And I'm not going to have time if we continue doing this, but the reason that Harry Potter is the way it is that Rowling had an idea of how the story would end. She wrote the last scene first, I believe is what she said. And even though as she was writing, she kept encountering problems, she kept on trying to like patch them over and like fix them ad hoc while still trying to get to that final scene that she had first written, that she was like, no, this is really important. I really need to get us there. And so it's like building a staircase. It's like, I want to get there and I'm going to build a staircase as I go. And even when it became clear, I think, that she was writing herself into a corner, she would just push. She would just force it through. So you've got like this rickety, like misshapen staircase up to this plot point that she really wanted to get to. Because if something didn't logically follow through, she didn't care, because this is where she wants to get. And ultimately, the reason that this was the conclusion that she wanted to get to, because of whatever, and she did it no matter what, speaks, I think, a lot. Again, like we talked about this a little bit with the Doctor. Harry Potter is a very British character, especially like 80s and 90s era British. Like exemplifies like Margaret Thatcher era like Brit. I think it's so steeped in individualism while also trying to be liberal. And again, that's how you get neoliberalism, right? It's that kind of like intersection of like liberalism and hyper individualism. And I think that like I've revisited Harry Potter a few times as an adult, both for fun when I was younger, and then after like, you know, all the drama came out, as a critic. And like the books are so steeped in J.K. Rowling's politics and British politics that like once you are a little bit more educated, like it's impossible to ignore. And I think the fact that like I want to tell a story where this boy stands up to this evil dictator out of love and survives and yada yada yada, and she had like all these reasons because like she believes in individualism and that like it's the ultimate form of like power and truth and like love and like, yeah, like that's how kind of she thinks about love, and that's how she thinks about power, and she thinks about strength. She thinks about it in an individualism standpoint, and that's kind of why Harry Potter is the way that he is. I don't think that Harry Potter is a Mary Sue. I think there's something else going on here. I think it's because J.K. Rowling is very politically uninformed, or maligned, I suppose, would probably, because like she's informed, people inform her all the time, but she's very politically maligned, and she's not particularly good at marrying her world building with that story that she wants to tell. So giant holes appear in her story, and like she tries to patch them over, and she's not very good at it. Can't read it because of the anti-Semitism. Yeah, most recent read through of Harry Potter had to end at book 4, Goblet of Fire, because like the anti-fat and like the transphobia and the anti-Semitism, it was just so much in that book. It really gets bad in that book, and I was like, I have to like put this aside. Jesus Christ. And that's the thing. Again, with the individualism, that like it's okay for Harry to own a slave because he's a good person. And that kind of gets into like that Christianity, the Anglicism of Britain, I think, where like you can do the same actions that a bad person does, but if you do it for good, they're good actions, or if you do it in the name of something good, it's a good thing. And again, I think that's because of that sort of British individualism and the Anglicism and like the Christianity and the like it's a big old messy pot, because J.K. Rowling is not someone that wants to question her worldview. So of course it's messy. Of course it's like uninformed. Of course it's politically maligned. Like, big surprise.
But for wands, where apparently Voldemort didn't really own his wand that he stole from Dumbledore, but really Harry owned it, and the wand can't hurt Harry because of
a lawyer to justify the
very
hero winning. You wrote an
circumstances. It's a whole
unsatisfied.
thing.
Yeah.
So at no point in any of Harry's direct confrontations with Voldemort does he ever actually employ any of the skills he actually learned. It's always been some outer plot device, and that's not even counting all the times Dumbledore swoops in to save Harry. All of this is entirely unearned. Despite the whole book focusing on training, none of the skills Harry uses to win derive from that training. And that's way more egregious than anything Rey does in the trilogy of Star Wars sequels.
I'm sorry, maybe not in the final battle, but I think that's wrong. We get a lot of training sequences. My favorite two, Expelliarmus and Accio. So Accio is the summoning spell, and Harry uses that in a very clever way to great effect. I don't want to give Rowling too many ass pats here because I really don't like her, but what makes Harry work when he does work is that because he was raised in the world of Muggles, he thinks outside of the box. Like, when everybody else goes to face off against the dragons in the Triwizard Tournament, I've got to like use this magic to defeat the dragon in this way, to look epic, because that's what a hero does, that's what a wizard does, that's what a witch does. Whereas Harry is like, I'm not this great powerful warrior wizard. I'm good at Quidditch. So what if instead of tackling this as a wizard, as this powerful warrior, because I'm not a powerful wizard warrior, I'm going to tackle this from what I know. Like, I'm an athlete. I'm good at this game. So I'm going to play to my strengths that are outside what would typically be expected of me in this role. And I think when Harry Potter as a character is good, that's usually why it's good. Is it because him being an outsider, him thinking outside of the box, that's what makes him a good character. There are many things that make him a bad character, I think, but that concept of that being why he keeps succeeding in those moments, I think that is clever writing. I do like that part. the whole muggle thing is also, and like wizards are so primitive with feather pens and stuff and act like muggles are yucky cavemen bullying half-bloods, squibs, muggleborns, etc. I mean, that, to give Rowling a bit of credit, that is kind of the point, that like that's brought up and addressed in the books, spoken aloud by several characters. I'm peeking a little bit again, hold on. And like the whole point is that Voldemort does get defeated by a Muggleborn witch's love of her half-blood son. But yeah, exactly. Those elements don't come into play when confronting Voldemort. And then we're getting back to my previous point, is that Rowling is just tripping over her own skirts because she has this big epic idea of how she wants the story to end, and has had that idea from the beginning, that all of these opportunities that she keeps presenting herself with, she just she just drops the ball. Like, she was like, this is the final idea, the final scene. I want to confront the bad guy and the ultimate evil of the world this way. And even though, like, as she was writing the books, she established this element of Harry that would have been really interesting, she was so fixated on that ending that just ends up going out the window, and we lose that interesting characterization of Harry Potter. Dobby, did not expect for you to be nice to Harry's writer. I mean, but that's my point, is that she can't see, she's so caught up on that final confrontation that she can't see the potential that she has, that she's established, because she just abandons it for the sake of this final scene that ultimately it's not very good. And, like, I wish that she had I mean, like, again, I'm not a big fan of Rowling for obvious reasons, but, like, if she had been able to pull her head out of her ass and realize that, like, hey, wait a minute, I think that we could work with something here, and she let go of that idea she had for her final scene and adapted her story more, when she kind of had established this pattern, I think that Harry Potter would have had a much better ending. Yeah, it doesn't really properly get addressed. The heroes think the same as the villain, just without killing. Kind of. The thing is that, like, a lot of neoliberals, especially, like, British neoliberals, it's this concept of not in my backyard. It's like, oh yeah, I think that muggles should get, like, decent treatment, and muggleborn should get decent treatment, but, like, I don't want to have to change my way of life to do it. I should just be able to, as a liberal, progressive witch or wizard, say that, hey, the way we treat muggleborns is bad, but you don't actually have to do anything about it. That's, like, classic neoliberal bullshit. So, of course, that's how J.K. Rowling thinks. She still wants to be able to finger wag at that those bad Death Eaters. But, like, she doesn't want Hogwarts to change. You know, like, we can't, like, we don't want to enable squibs and maybe even muggles to possibly be able to, like, make potions and do other, like, non-magical based, or like, work with, like, magical creatures in ways that they could still be a part of the world. You know, like, there's so many things that you could do, and again, the world of Harry Potter is a product of J.K. Rowling and her beliefs. Why couldn't we discover that, like, everybody has a capacity for magic? Some people just have to try harder than others. But no, some people are born talented and some people aren't. It's like, once you kind of break it down like that, it becomes very messy, I think. On that note, read Worst Witch. Or watch the show. It's pretty good.
Yet No one calls Harry Potter a Mary Sue, but they call Rey a Mary Sue. Curious how that works out, huh? And despite the power being unearned, it does not dilute the tension of the plot, because the odds are always that much greater. Is unearned power even important as a metric of what qualifies good writing? I'd say no. It all depends on what the story is. Like, yeah, it'd be a bad D&D campaign if you start off at level 20 and didn't level up and build your character up, sure, but like, what if we're not playing D&D, you know? Writing isn't like a video game where you can just level up characters. It's not like a lit RPGs, sure, that makes sense. Okay, you know what? Again, I'm getting off track here. The other Mary Sue trait I see a lot of the time
Focus,
that
Anthony.
keep pointing out is that women experience things that women experience in fiction. And this is where things get really strange.
We have evil men like this Sith. We have female characters from the cartoons like Green Woman, Teen Femdalorian, and more. Girls shooting, doing cool things with lightsabers, and of course Ahsoka saying,
Anakin never got to finish my training. I walked away from him.
No!
The idea of the girl boss, it's a bit of a criticism today, sure. I mean, the girl boss is a very easy shorthand way.
Okay. Okay. All right, Anthony, let's see what you got. Because I have my criticism of this recent phenomenon of girl power in media. And I'm curious to see how you address it, because I think this is a bit of a separate issue from the Mary Sue.
For studios and writers to incorporate feminism in their narratives. Sure, I get that. The girl boss, it's a stereotype. It's usually a little superficial. Girl bosses don't often engage in the ideas of systemic oppression or anything like that. Usually, the girl boss is there to be cool because they're the boss and a girl. And it's like, we're doing things the guys can't do because we're girls and we're cool. Yeah, that can be a little stereotypical. It can be a little cringy at times, depending on how it's done. Yeah, of course it can. Especially when it oversimplifies systemic problems. The problem here is that any instance of this discussion, any instance where a girl expresses dissatisfaction with the system as it is now deemed as the message, as they keep insisting it is.
This dark new fusion between two of media's deadliest diseases, the Mary Sue and social justice. Social justice is like a zombie plague. It makes everything worse. It's kind of like we were battling Nazis, and now thanks to social justice, we're battling Nazi zombies. Or we made some friends with some cool people, but the social justice virus turned them into evil, soulless monsters that feed on.
What?
Of happiness. Or you finally met that beautiful woman of your dreams, and now social justice has changed her into a hideous abomination that feeds on the blood of men. And now it's infected the Mary Sue, which isn't just bad, it's a nightmare scenario.
And this message...
Bro, what are you fucking talking about? What do you mean? I hate women, and women won't fuck me, and now feminism has made that even worse. Maidenless behavior. That man gets absolutely no pussy. No pussy ass having motherfucker. Oh my god. Girls, I'm asking you, do a public service and just peg these guys like this, please. I'm begging you. I think it would fix them. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
They keep saying is just girls want to have equal rights. And it's, when you say it like that, it sounds way less threatening than the message they want to communicate. Yeah, girls want to do things guys do. That's it. It's not much to it. Whenever that's on screen, you get a wave of people making this big mountain out of a tiny molehill, especially when it's like a show aim for girls, like young girls, you know, like under the age of 10. Like, say,
Are we talking about Moon Girl?
Peter Pan and Wendy.
I
Peter Pan
can
and Wendy.
fix her by making her into a badass sword fighter and have her say the line, "This power belongs to no boy."
She puts herself in comical, dangerous situations she doesn't have the training to handle,
almost
and
like-
is never saved once. In fact,
It's almost like Peter Pan is about like a real person entering the world of fairy tales, and Peter Pan and Wendy was an attempt by a bunch of men to update that into being like, you know what, this is what it, because again, Wendy is the main character of Peter Pan and the character that we're supposed to sympathize with the most and see from her point of view. Are saying that actually I think that this is more empowering and this is what actual little girls would fantasize about, not, you know, being actually I'm curious, 1 second. Because I'm suspicious about something. I will say that I think that the original author, J.M. Barrie, was more sympathetic towards his audience of young women. Yeah. He's more sympathetic to the contemporary young women in his audience than the creators of Peter Pan and Wendy are to young women today. Like, if you look at his background, he adopted a bunch of orphaned young boys. So yeah, interesting. And again, probably seems like a very similar thing to Tolkien, where he wrote a story for his kids, and it kind of accidentally became a success. Whoops. I'm in a cringe competition and my opponent is Jar. Oh boy.
she's the one to save Peter Pan. Somehow give her the skills to take on battle-hardened pirates that are two-time
battle-hardened pirates. They fight kids. Captain.
Methinks that Jar isn't familiar with the original story of Peter Pan, because in the original story of Peter Pan, Wendy also saves Peter. Like Peter Pan is Wendy's coming of age story, and she is the one that saves Peter despite him being this wonderful, like unrealistic, fantastical boy from this fantasy land. She is a real young girl that's coming of age, and it's her sense of responsibility and goodness that saves Peter and the other lost boys.
Hook's big enemy is a child. Captain Hook is regularly subdued by a bunch of kids. We're not talking about, like, master swordsman here. We're talking about a guy who regularly loses to a boy.
And again, in many retellings, and I think even, it's been a while since I read the original Peter Pan books, but like I used to be like a classic lit nerd. It's often said that the pirates are actually grown-up lost boys themselves. So.
Also doesn't help that
And Chud not knowing original source material, fork found in kitchen.
We rarely see this same complaint with Gary Stews. You don't see these same critics pointing out how men who assert that
hitting Anthony over the head for giving into the whole masculinization of the term for men. We can just call male versions of Mary Sue's too. It's fine. It's okay. We could just say Mary Sue for any gender.
dominance as men are bad. They just do it when women do it.
But is every SJW hero a Mary Sue? Probably not. Some, I assume, are good characters. However, while the normal Mary Sue plays out power fantasies, like being smart and beautiful, the SJW Sue's fantasy is fulfilling all the author's social justice bias. All good men are gay or submissive. Straight white men are evil. Your chosen minority is the wisest, smartest, most misunderstood, and most productive people despite being savagely oppressed. America is portrayed as treating women and minorities like Jews in Nazi Germany. Anyone who holds opinions you don't agree with is a literal Nazi. And the universe of an
Hey, literary devil, my dude. Literature devil, I need you to get a pop filter. Or, like, do, like, a... Like, how long have you been doing this, my dude? How long have you been doing this? This is no excuse. Hold on. Oh, and he hates postmodern art. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. How long have you been doing this, and you still don't have a fucking pop filter? Oh, dear. You've been doing this for 6 years. Let's see if he has a pop filter in his latest video. Oh, let's go here.
Daughter suffers from the pressures of living up to her mother's beautiful image, high expectations for her to meet. My Encanto's Abuela Alma may have saved the lives of everyone in town and created a hidden paradise, but was ultimately made the antagonist. But what makes this scene especially hilarious is that the grown woman is trying to teach her two young daughters about the...
Yeah, no, he still doesn't have a pop filter, and I don't think he's... I think he might be doing some sort of high-pass filter after the fact, but, like, dude, you've been doing this for years. There's no excuse. Like, I would give you... Like, I make those, like, audio mistakes, too, but, like, I've been doing this for, like, a few months. You should not be making those mistakes doing this for years. But anyway...
JW story bends to justify anything their character does.
That video itself is like 5 or 6 years old, and it looks like it was around the start of his career, so that's fine, I guess. But he's still making the same audio mistakes, and it's like, just spend $20 and get a decent microphone setup, please. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please. And it's edited. It's edited. It still sounds like that. What's a pop filter? These are different kinds of pop filters, but usually they're these. This is like the one that I have. I'm gonna I'm gonna like kind of show what a pop filter does. All right, so this is without a pop filter. You might notice that when I say P sounds, that there's a little puff, and the microphone peaks a little bit. But when I like slide it back on, it doesn't really do that anymore. Because there is like a soft filter that is breaking the way that the wind, or it's sometimes it's called a windscreen. It's like breaking up the way that that puff of breath happens when you speak. When you speak against a microphone, because when it hits that bare metal, it makes a little puff sound. And once you start to notice them, you won't be able to unhear it. So having a pop filter, like, makes him less harsh. When I was doing, like, hobbyist voice acting, I literally this is also a very effective kind of pop filter. But what I would do is I would just stretch a sock over a coat hanger to be my pop filter. But, like, yeah, like, this is the basic kind. Fluffy. You might see something like this, and like the longer the fibers are, the better they are. Like, you can often use this kind outside. So when you go and you see somebody holding a microphone outside and it's like got like this big fuzzy pom-pom at the end of it, and that's a pop filter. They tend to be a bit more expensive, but like you can make a pop filter with a coat hanger and a sock. Like for a while, I literally just put a sock over my microphone for a while. And again, like I started streaming and I started making videos with a headset microphone, and then like I upgraded to a Hyper Solocast, and then like just recently I got a boom mic arm and a pop filter, and like I expect somebody to start doing those things within the first year of them making videos. I don't expect it to still be a problem like 6 years into it, but anyway, especially on edited videos. Streams it's a little bit different. Streams is a little bit different because you can't monitor the effect it's having. Like, I'm not gonna know exactly how this sounds. Like, I have just recorded a video, and, like, I know what it sounds like when I'm using this microphone now. So I have some confidence that it sounds pretty good. But I won't really know what this stream sounds like until I go and I watch it back, and then maybe my next stream I'll tweak some things to hopefully make it so that it will be better later. But, like, if you're making edited videos and you've been doing this for 6 years, there's no excuse. Your audio quality should be better. You shouldn't still be figuring that out as somebody that's been doing YouTube for a few years.
Same critics who often will say, "Oh, why is this girl doing his girl boss message moment?" seem to have very strong.
Sorry for, like, I will say that that little tangent had nothing to do with the literary devil's point. Like, I don't want this. It just, like, it triggers my tism a little bit. My audio quality has been something that I've been very self-conscious of for months now. I'm only just starting to get, and it was also, like, part of why I wasn't making videos before. And I'm only just starting to get confident in how I'm handling my audio setup, and I'm experimenting and trying to do more things with it to improve the quality. But again, like, I've only been making videos for like less than a year, so like that's when you figure that out, in that year that you're growing your channel. There's no excuse. But that's like a separate thing from the point that he's making, which is kind of no point at all. But anyway,
Contempt towards women, and talk about women in ways that is extremely demeaning.
Anthony, why are we almost at the end of the video and you're only just bringing this up? This should have been brought up ages ago. You should have framed the video with this. Because at the end of the day, the Mary Sue thing, it is a sexism thing. Kick the chuds out of this conversation. We are not talking to them. Mary Sue is a word that was coined by women for women in fandom circles that were inhabited by women. So let's kick the chuds out because they don't know what they're talking about. They're using a term that was made by, like, LGBT and female creators in fandom. So let's center their voices in this conversation again. Especially considering the problem with how Mary Sue as a term is used today. It is a problem of misogyny. So, again, my biggest issue with this video is you're ceding too much ground to the chuds. The conversation about the Mary Sue should not be about what they're talking about. Let's redefine our terms and bring it back into, like, centering female voices. And talk about why it exists, what's the difference, breaking down that sort of, like, mishmash, kind of interlocking, messy stew of, like, hobbyist and prestige, where we're comparing these two things, where we expect hobbyists to be working on the same level as prestige creators. We shouldn't be doing that. It is not bad to be a hobbyist. It is not bad to create messy art. It is not bad to create unprofessional art, or even, like, art that isn't good, or art that is, like, tropey. Like, those aren't bad things. And it's okay that you're not writing at the level of the prestige. But because you spend so much time ceding ground in this video to the chuds, we only have like 10 minutes left of this video, and we're not even talking about Mary Sue as it was originally defined. You've ceded all the ground to the Chuds, and now you're speaking on their level. You're letting them host the conversation on Mary Sue, instead of like pulling that conversation away from them, taking it back, and speaking at it from the point of view of a progressive, from the point of someone who is a writer, and as a fan. Like, you are in a position where you can have a very interesting conversation about this, and how men interact with transformative works is so different, and why it's different, and why it's taken more seriously than the way that women interact with transformative works and create transformative works. Like, that is like a whole conversation that I think we should have been having in this video. But again, you ceded so much ground to the Chuds that you're letting them host the conversation. That's my issue with this video. Anyway.
Insulting their appearance, insulting their wants and needs and their desires, and treating them like objects. And it's really...
Anthony, you're so close.
Really, I'm just going to play a few clips, because I don't think what I can say could do it justice. It's better if you just see what I mean.
Black Widow, aka Natasha Romanoff, while I wouldn't consider her a Mary Sue character, yet has much less of a character than she could have, because social justice warriors won't allow her any weaknesses. The famous outrage brought on by the Age of Ultron movie that caused Joss Whedon to evacuate Twitter was sparked because Black Widow finally got a moment of vulnerability. Oh sure, we've seen her brood over her dark past before, but that was cool, edgy superhero stuff. Plus, all that mention of red she had in her ledger.
Thank you for the super chat page. I've returned from my excursion. What have I missed? I'm still a little bit frustrated with the way Anthony is tackling this conversation. That's what you've missed.
Probably appealed to the cat lady crowd. Natasha revealed that she was made infertile to make her a better spy/assassin, since having a child would understandably compromise her willingness to kill. This is kind of like the female equivalent of castrating a man so he can...
Okay. There are so many issues with that aspect of her character. Coming at this from somebody that is trans, was assigned female at birth, is infertile, is intersex. Like, I feel like someone in my position has a lot that I can say about this sort of thing. Excuse me. Sorry, Fresca. Fresca got me, got my belly rumbling a little bit. Oh my god. Female equivalent of castrating a man. I mean, she's literally being neutered. So, yeah. It just, you don't have to... Okay. The thing is that literary devil, again, you are so close, my dude. Yes, that is what happened. And what feminists argue is that you do not encounter superhero... This is a very typical struggle for female characters, is infertility. But for some reason, it is not a typical struggle for male characters. They're not coping with feeling human after they've been made infertile. And the reason why this is an issue is because it's, again, this is getting back into my problem with men who write women. And I know there's a lot of memes about that, but because a lot of men see women's ultimate role as being bearers of life, they think that the most tragic thing that can happen to a woman is that she becomes infertile. Castration is not the same as circumcision. Devil on devil violence. Yeah. I don't like Joss Whedon. I don't like how. Hold on, let me do a double check. Let me do a little double check of something. Because I often get Joss Whedon mixed up with J.J. Abrams because they're basically the same guy. Yeah, okay. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is also Joss Whedon, where Joss Whedon is not good at writing women. No, M. Daly. It is not Good Devil Crim versus Bad Devil Literature Devil. It's Bad Devil Literature Devil versus even worse Devil Crim. Forcibly removing all of your agency as an invasive procedure is scary. Yeah, it's a violation. It's kind of like the same issue with like, oh, the motivation for this female character is that she was like sexually assaulted, and that's you never see that be the like. Yes, they're out there, but like usually these characters end up being villains rather than heroes. Like when like a male character is the victim of sexual assault. But yeah, also, like, Joss Whedon just wants, like, a sexy mommy dommy to step on him, like, like, sometimes you see men writing powerful female characters, and it's like, you just want a mommy dommy to step on you. This is not, you're still objectifying women, just in a slightly different flavor. So, anyway...
And concentrate on his job without the pesky lust kicking in, Unsullied style. They'd taken away a core element of her womanhood so she could be a tool for murder. And in her eyes, this made her a monster. And in response, feminists were like, hey, she should be out getting abortions and killing men, not having pesky humanity. I mean, we're doing just fine without it.
Anybody said that.
How did you misinterpret what people were upset about with that scene so badly? Yeah. It has nothing to do with the fact that she had that removed. It had to do with how it was
Okay, sorry. I'm not up to date on the Joss Whedon allegations. I just think they both make similar slop. But again, Anthony, here's the thing. We know how these guys talk about real women. Like, they talk about real women very poorly already. I don't give a shit what their opinion is on Mary Sue's, because they already dehumanize and mock and like rip apart real living breathing women for the crime of being a woman. So like, why do you care? Why do you care what he has to say? Why are you ceding this why are you letting him host the conversation? Why are you ceding ground to this guy? Boot him out of the convo. I don't care what he has to say. Kick him out of here. I would have much rathered you... Oh, what was her name? Oh god, what was her name? The woman that was like, if Mary Sue's were real. Anthony... So far, you've only really engaged with one woman in this conversation, and you didn't even let her make her point. So, like, you only included the front of the video. So, like, stop ceding this conversation to chuds.
Gust. The big issue at play was not that it happened. The problem was that the way Joss Whedon wrote it was that she called herself a monster for having the procedure done.
I feel like breaking down chud points is because they have held on to this conversation for a long time. I used to watch these and believe they were right. I agree to a point. you can break them down, but you are still having this conversation on their terms. You are still letting them define the terms. When it's like, nuh-uh. Mary Sue already had an agreed upon definition before these guys got their hands out of it, kick them out of the conversation, and say that they're wrong. Their whole idea of what a Mary Sue is wrong. And like, I think we're just ceding too much ground to them. You can gatekeep a little bit as a treat. You're allowed to.
That because she had that surgery done to her, she was less human. That was the controversy. It had nothing to do with, like, you know, the idea that she was scarred for life and it was traumatizing. It had to do with the fact that she was calling herself inhuman and that no one corrected her in the story. Bruce Banner just hears that and goes, oh, I guess you're right. I guess you are inhuman. That's the vibe it gets. That's why people had an issue with it. You missed the mark so far in getting as to why people were pissed off about it that I have trouble believing you have any understanding of how to interpret media. The way every single example of a woman that you've had is fat,
also, like, wow, this goth girl that says I'm fat, fuck off, and is wearing, like, this is not my criticism of Anthony, I'm criticizing Literature Devil, and I'm sure that he's about to do the same. She's not trying to look pretty for you. She doesn't want you to think that she's pretty. She is deliberately looking unpretty, because she's doing her best to not appeal to men. And as somebody, as a human being with autonomy and of her own body, she should be allowed to do that. If she wants to put tattoos over every inch of her body to look like a fucking, like, weird ass dragon, that's her business. She should be allowed to do that, even if it looks ugly. Especially if she's like, and like, if a woman is doing that specifically because she wants to be ugly, that's her business. If this person is like, I'm going to be fat and I'm going to have tattoos and I'm going to have weird piercings and makeup and hair, she's allowed to do that. You are not entitled to, when you look at a woman, to see a pretty woman. Moreover, you are looking, if I search woman, like, if I search woman on the internet, I get so many more pictures of beautiful women than I do of women deliberately trying to make themselves look unappealing. Now, I'm sure somebody would click at this and like, look, this is diversity in action. DEI in action. Look at women daring to be different. You know, but like, ultimately, you have to go out of your way to look for pictures of ugly women. But what this guy is doing is he is deliberately looking for pictures of ugly women, and they're like, look what they're doing to me. I'm gonna take this really personally, when it's like, dude, it's not about you. But anyway, that's like a whole other thing. My point is, if you're encountering somebody who talks like that about real women, why take anything of what he says about fiction and about women in fiction seriously? He doesn't look at women as people. So why would you give a shit what he says about a character?
Piercings,
anyway,
has glasses, and has dark hair as opposed to blonde hair. That tells me you're trying to demean them. Because you're using these as the way social justice ruined women, quote unquote. So your framing of this is fat shaming. It is making people act like tattoos and piercings are inherently bad. And you're saying that people with funny shirts with are somehow not good enough for you. It's almost like you can't actually argue your way out of a paper bag and have to rely on these straw men to prop you up. Because, you know, your audience are also fat phobic, hate piercings, hate glasses, and dyed hair, apparently. And finally, one other Mary Sue thing is the copycat Sue, which is the most unimportant. I'm going to skip past you real quick, but basically a character who's basically just a copy of an established character. So think the type your name in the DeviantArt plus the Hedgehog, those kinds of characters. I'm sure that these copycat Sue critics would love Shao the Hedgehog, but I digress. Now, of the lists of traits that online critics often cite as traditionally Mary Sue traits, you might notice
Anthony. Anthony. Why? This is what I'm talking about. You've ceded so much ground. You've let them host the conversation so much that the closest definition of a Mary Sue that you've encountered so far, you're like, we're just gonna skip past that. Oh boy. And I feel like calling Shadow the Hedgehog a copycat Sue. I feel like that's also very disingenuous. I've spoken about Shadow the Hedgehog and Sephiroth already in this video, but Anthony, this video is very frustrating for me.
It's one missing. One that dates back to the original Mary Sue
okay,
itself.
Here we go.
Extreme beauty.
Oh.
It's time the world knew.
Oh,
What's
finally.
your bra size, Mary Sue?
Holly.
You know what? At this point, I'm not even surprised.
Mary Sues have always been extremely beautiful. Objects of desire, even established characters' desires. But no, these folks don't have a problem with that. They often argue that Mary Sues today are ugly and unattractive, and they'll imply that these are reflections of the creators of these Mary Sues, who they also say are ugly and unattractive.
You see this a lot in fan fiction, probably because the natural habitat of the Mary Sue is fan fiction. This likely stems from an author wanting to place themselves in the world of their favorite series, but not their real selves, with all the nasty human elements. Their ideal selves, the one with the great hair, the perfect looks, and the existent social skills.
But I think this is because they want beautiful characters like that. The desired beautiful Mary Sue, dainty and wanted, these critics want more of that. They even use AI to generate perfect versions of their female characters. Despite some obvious flaws, they don't care, because it's the skin-deep beauty that they're seeking. You know, come to think of it, they actually hate when their heroes lose, almost as if they want every conflict easily solved by their male heroes. Look at the reaction the Superman trailer got for presenting Superman initially as defeated, as broken. Shadiversity had a whole video ranting about this. They want their male characters to be respected, desired. You know, they want everyone, no matter what the male characters say, to respect them, much like the traditional Mary Sues, who could say anything they wanted and still be respected. They want Mary Sues, but on their terms. So all of their complaints seem trivial, maybe even hypocritical, because we know if the genders were reversed, they would be salivating over this. The impact of all this is much...
Yeah. I feel like if I keep... I'm pausing, but I think that I would just continue to repeat my point. So I'm just gonna keep playing, because I feel like everything that I could say right now, I would just be repeating what I've already said.
Worse than you really realize. Because it's not really about the critics anymore. It's not about the small online conversations we have. It's about how this discourse affects writers, especially young writers. I'm going to tell you something that every teenager who wanted to be a writer did in the mid-2000s. They'd come up with a brand new character. They'd be great, maybe too great. And they'd look up one of those old online quizzes and ask, does my character have too many Mary Sue traits? Is my character maybe a Mary Sue? Quizzes would ask, does your character have any unique birthmarks, special abilities, differently colored hair, something that makes them stand out? Do people love them? Do they have friends? And inevitably, each of these questions would be answered, and each of these quizzes would confirm the writer's fears for them. That yes, they had crafted a Mary Sue, the worst sin an author can possibly commit, right? I think the fear of creating a Mary Sue trapped a lot of young writers. They were so scared of doing something bad that they ended up doing nothing at all. Because not writing anything at all was preferable to accidentally creating a Mary Sue. Mm-hmm. And that's really depressing to me, actually.
I'm sad that this
And
is
what's
only
even more
being
depressing
spoken about
to me now is that
at the very
we
end of this
have
video.
the standard for being a Mary Sue is much lower than it was when I was a kid, you know? And we have all these young writers who are bombarded with messages now. It's not like how when I was a kid where I could just turn off the internet and start writing. No, now we have it on our phones. We have it blasted all around us. You can have it in your ears as you put your phone and walk around everywhere. It's you can't escape the critical landscape, and thus you can't escape being told that Mary Sues are bad, that if you do the things that we've discussed previously in this video in your writing, that's bad. And I think it's going to discourage a lot of people from trying new things, from experimenting. And it's also going to be an easy dismissal of people's work that exists on the outside. It's no secret that a lot of the people who were writing Mary Sues, they were trying to touch upon something that they were struggling with on the inside, want that power fantasy so they can feel strong. You know, I see a lot of people who work out in gyms and stuff talk about how much they love stuff like Dragon Ball Z. A lot of athletes love shonen anime, I've noticed. It is a power fantasy. It's the idea that if you train hard and you work hard, you keep working harder and harder and harder, you'll eventually become the thing you want to be the most in the world. And that's a great thing. Power fantasies can motivate you to be better than what you are. That's fantastic. I have no issue with that. The problem is that when we have power fantasies outside of that very specific niche, we demean it. We look down on it. And it sucks because what we're doing is ultimately cheapening fiction. We're reducing it and saying it can't be this bigger thing that it is, and you can't write certain stories. And, listen, when it comes down to it, sometimes these bad writing things that you see, it's younger writers who are, throwing out their ideas and trying to grow from it. You can't grow unless you screw up first. You can't become a better writer until you've written a few not so great things, because what happens is you learn from it. You go, okay, this didn't work, this didn't work, this doesn't work. And if you're maybe too young to get that criticism, okay, but as you get older, you look back on it, you go, oh, well, this didn't work, and I should have done this instead, and this character didn't quite fit the right tone and what I was trying to get. And you grow from it. You write better stuff. And it's important to have those mistakes. If you don't try, you'll never get better. And the problem is, even with back when I was a kid, the Mary Sue discourse would make writers not want to try. Now, personally, I didn't give a crap. I just did it anyway. And it worked out pretty well so far. I made my screw-ups, I made my mistakes early on, and went, okay, here's what I can learn from this, and I can get better as a result. And my advice to any young writer who is discouraged and worried about making a Mary Sue, just write it. What you'll write will probably be bad. It'll probably suck, but it'll be bad in the way that's good for you. Because if you get out your bad writing now, the next thing will be better. And you'll learn from your mistakes, and you'll build upon your mistakes, and you'll become stronger as a writer as you keep learning from your as long as you're open to criticism. That's important too. But learn, grow, develop. You'll write something stronger later on. Maybe something that also takes elements that worked from your Mary Sues, and you can dismiss the parts that don't work. But you'll be better writer as a result. So that's important. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I don't have many organized thoughts about this. Just a feeling, whatever.
All right. Okay. Okay, my final
Some
thoughts.
people call
No!
Christopher
No!
everywhere.
Okay.
And you can't.
Autoplay off. Okay. So my final thoughts are actually I'm gonna pause. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to punch my microphone. I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then you will get my final thoughts. I'll leave you with some little music, and I'll be right back. The stream is not ending. I have some closing thoughts, and we might have a little discussion or do something later. But I will be right back. I just need to use the bathroom. I'll leave you with some music, and then we'll return to my rebuttal, I suppose you could say. Alright, I'm back. Hello, it's Magic Kazooie. Alright, so. Alright, my closing thoughts. Or my rebuttal. And you're never going to believe this. But the reason I think this is as much of an issue and as much of a discussion, and you're not gonna be surprised when I say what I'm about to say, it's capitalism. No, I'm not joking. Let me explain. I kind of touched upon this earlier, where I think that a big reason for this is that we're kind of like everything we do and everything we love and everything we enjoy, we're pushed to turn that into a financially beneficial project. We're not allowed to just write because we love to write. We're not allowed to draw because we love to draw, or make music because we love to make music. We have to make those things that we enjoy as a hobby into something that we can turn a profit on. And I'm saying this as somebody that used to be in the professional like film and arts field. I love drawing. Don't know if you can tell. And trying to make it profitable for me made me miserable, and I stopped drawing for like 3 years. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop taking commissions. I'm gonna stop doing film projects. I'm gonna buy a sketchbook, some colored pencils, and pens and pencils, and I'm gonna go back to traditional stuff. And I know that I'm not gonna be able to sell any of this or make any money off of this, and that freed me. It freed me in a way that nothing else ever had to be. Now that I was no longer holding myself to the standard of profit and prestige, I was finally able to start drawing again, and my art drastically improved as well. And now it's kind of a part of my online brand, and I am like making money doing film stuff, but like I'm doing it primarily for me, instead of for profit. I'm doing this because I enjoy it, not because it's my job. And it's just happens to be a nice little bonus that I get paid to do it. Thank you guys for your support. If you're interested in financially supporting me, Patreon and Ko-Fi down below. A little plug there. But on that note, I think because we are blurring those lines between art created to be consumed and sold by the masses and art that a hobbyist makes for their own joy. I think that's like a big problem with how we have this conversation. And I wish that Anthony had gotten into that a little bit more. I feel like he was starting to get into it towards the end of the video. And I think that he took up so much time letting Chuds host this conversation that all of the interesting things that he could have said, because I know he knows all of that, I know that he's educated, and I know, what his views tend to be, I think that, like, if he spoke about that, I think it would have been a much better video. I say this with so much kindness, but, like, Anthony, all the love in my heart, your history as a writer for websites like CBR is showing in this video. I'm sorry. And I personally think that you need to unlearn some of that shit, and stop letting guys like Jar and the Literary Devil and Chud Logic and all those people, stop letting them control the conversation. I know that, like, we like to think when we make these videos that we're we're like fighting them off, we're fighting the good fight, but like you don't have to you don't have to give them as much of a benefit of the doubt as I feel like you give them, where you're taking them seriously. They don't deserve it. They're sexist pigs that don't look at women as human beings. So like you don't have to worry. Their opinions are kind of like, who cares? And everybody that you're speaking to, your audience already agrees with you. So how about instead of telling them what they already know, that like Jar and like Literary Devil are chuds and they're pigs and they're misogynists, we all know that already. Instead of doing that, why not like expand this end of the video where you're talking to writers and where you're kind of addressing young women who are probably afraid of making Mary Sue's? Well, why wasn't that like, instead of like the last what was it, 4 minutes of the video? I think that could have been a lot longer. All the love in my heart. This video is ass. I'm not saying it's ass. I think it's coming from a good place, and I understand why the video is the way it is. But yeah, I can tell that you used to work for CBR. I'm sorry, Anthony. We don't have to include these guys in the conversation. Speak to your audience. The people that needed to hear this part of the video, this tiny little 4-minute part of the video, you should be talking to them. Ignore these guys. Who gives a shit about these guys? We all already know all of this. We know that the reaction to She-Hulk and the reaction to characters like Wendy, we know that that's sexist. And we know why it's sexist. We know why the reaction to Rey is sexist. We know that already. And I think most of your audience knows that already too. People watch you because you're a progressive. You don't have to worry about convincing your audience. We already know that. We're already on your side. I think it would be awesome if the conversations that you're having about Mary Sue's was elevated to address young writers who are, and you very clearly, like, you got a little bit vulnerable over here, and I just wish I could have seen more of that. And I wish that was a bigger part of the video. Because I feel like this is every video that I've seen about Mary Sue's in the past 10 years. I'm pretty sure like Jessie Gender and Lindsay Ellis and like a bunch of other people have already, and like even like people like Sean and Jose, and like I'm pretty sure they've spoken about this and said the same things. And I think that I would have personally valued your input as someone who is a writer, as someone who has experience in the field. I would have liked that a lot more, I think. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would I rate this video? 6, maybe a 7, because the production value is pretty good. Like, this is a well put together video. I just don't think it's saying anything new, I think. Anyway, because like I think that Anthony is capable of having that more interesting conversation about Mary Sue's. If that makes sense. I think that he's capable of that, and I think he could offer some interesting perspective. And I think we got a little peek of that, but I think I would have liked that to be the whole video. Some note from Sai is pretty good, I guess. I guess I was under the impression, like, with the build-up of the character who is supposed to be the archetypical Mary Sue, if, like, we had any idea of her characterization. But we didn't really talk about that, so, but it's fine, I guess. Anthony, make a sequel. Make a sequel! Make a video for people that are already on your side and educate them and, like, reassure them and, like, I know arguing with chuds gets clicks, but I think you'll get clicks regardless. Oh my god, we're talking about ukulele in the comments. Not sure Platonic, the ukulele devs, who it is literally just Rare. It's all of the Rare employees that made all the classic Rare games. Would do a spiritual successor for Ghoulies because I don't think they'd want to come off too much as copying old Rare titles. I don't know, though. Are you fucking kidding? Ukulele is literally marketed as a spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie. That's literally what it is, what it's marketed at, what it's supposed to be, and what it was always supposed to be. I don't think they have any problems with quote-unquote copying old Rare, because they are old Rare. Platonic is Rare. Just by another name. Again, like, this is a problem with capitalism and the fact that, like, the original creators of these characters and games no longer have the rights to them because Microsoft. Anyway. Anthony, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. I think your brain is huge and wrinkly and, beautiful. As a curiosity, do you think it's worth rehashing 101 points since there are always young people encountering them for the first time? No. I don't think there's a problem with rehashing 101 points. I think that 101 points should be sort of, I don't know about if I want to say marketed, but presented as 101 points. And I think in a video about a larger discussion, I think that shouldn't take up too much runtime. I think you could have spent the first half of this video establishing what a real Mary Sue is, what it was defined in history, who defined it. Again, it was women. Women are the people who defined the term Mary Sue, and many such cases, men invaded fandom and took and appropriated that term for themselves and used it to be sexist. You know, like I think that, like, going into that aspect of it would have been better. I also think that, again, I need to sit down, I need to watch Pollyanna, but I don't think Pollyanna is Mary Sue. I think that was crazy. I think invoking Sephiroth and Shadow as potential Mary Sues was insane. I think you're wrong, and I think that you're ridiculous to say that. I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm sorry! I think implying and using them, and fucking the Doctor from Doctor Who, I think invoking those characters to formulate and to make a blueprint of what a Mary Sue was, I think that was silly. I can sort of see Superman, though I don't really agree, because I think there's a few things that save him from being a Mary Sue. But I think he sometimes gets treated as a Mary Sue, especially by fans. If trans people have laser eyes, what other minorities' powers are there? Like bisexual, lesbian, Africans, etc. Oh my god, I simply work here. I don't know what secret powers you guys have. I can only say what powers I have. Secret eye lasers. That's a good way of approaching it, especially since Anthony often does go into the history of his topics. Exactly. Again, that's kind of that's kind of what I expected him to do, because that's like how I know and what I expect from Anthony. And I'm sad that we didn't go there. Disappointed. Because I know you can do better, Anthony. I like that Krim can be critical of Ant's work and it doesn't come across as personal. It's so important professionally to be able to take criticism, but also willing to give criticism. Yeah. No, I still have a lot of respect for Anthony, and I'm saying this because I know that he knows what I'm talking about. I feel like I can... Why is my... No, that's good. I feel like I can have this conversation with Anthony because I think that he is capable of it. But I wouldn't bother... Like, I think I've made it very clear, I wouldn't bother having this conversation with somebody like fucking Chud Logic or, like, Jar or Literary Devil or any of those people. I don't care what they have to say. I would not even bother watching their videos on that. I, a few months ago, decided that I'm not gonna focus on that shit. Because, like, there's little good I can do. I can kind of milk them for content, I guess, but I don't really want to be that guy. I would rather watch a video about somebody that I respect and someone I think is capable of taking criticism and react to their content. And because Anthony is somebody that I respect and someone whose opinion I value and someone who I find is very insightful and educated, I think that it's worth criticizing Anthony, because I think that he can see that criticism, he'll be like, I understand, I get it, and either, like, you know, rebut me for whatever reason, or like, oh yeah, I see your criticism and I'm going to, you know, change how I do things about this. And that is the beauty of academia style Discord. And I say style because, like, I'm a little educated, but I wouldn't call myself an academic, but I prefer speaking on that level rather than like I do shit kick a little bit, like, I'll be honest, but like discourse is good. It's good to have disagreements. Like, this is a good thing. Yeah, I don't think it's... Yeah, the Gary Stu, I don't like I don't like gendering the term. The only character I consider a Mary Sue is Rick Sanchez, but even then, only season 3 to 6 Ricks. I don't think that Rick Sanchez is a Mary Sue. He should have asked me or Sai for advice. I don't think he needed to do that. I don't think he needs to ask me or Sai for advice. I think that you can make a thing and it be imperfect and you can put it out in the world. And I think that he made this video and it got me talking about this. I think that's good. I think... At the end of the day, I have to take this video, I have to take this video on its own terms, but I can still criticize it. You know. Yeah. Yeah. But, like, there's a reason why I'm not making this content anymore about certain people. I don't think they're worth speaking about. I don't care about their opinions, and I don't think that they'll learn from it. I don't think that any of the people that I'm speaking to in my videos, like, I think that they're already, like, they already don't like those people. So I'm not as interested in speaking directly to them, whereas, like, I'm kind of speaking directly to Anthony here, I suppose. And viewers of Ant's videos. Am I too quiet? I turned myself down a little bit. I'm still playing with my new audio setup, so... Okay. Yeah, it is all the time in his gay baby jail sentence to think about his criticism. Yeah. Sentence you to gay baby jail, Anthony. Think about what you've done. No, but, like, again, I think this video is coming from a good place. I know why he made it. I know what he's responding to. And, like... Paige, thank you for the super chat. $20. Oh my goodness. You guys are being so generous for this stream. Honestly, I think Mary Sue as a criticism should be a conversation starter, but it's usually treated like a conversation ender. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about actual Mary Sues in fiction. So do I have my little notepad? Notepad. Bam. Put that over here. Make it full screen. Let's shrink this a little bit. All right. What is a Mary Sue? That's really tiny. Okay, we can all read that, right? We can all read that. What is a Mary Sue? Okay. Now, I believe Anthony's point. So I'm gonna just make up my own terms. Vermicelitude. So, lack of vermicelitude. I think that's one of the most important things. Author, avatar, author, insert. Shallow. Unempathetic. Tell rather than show. Disrupts the pre-established world. Transformative works. Adaptation. No, adaptations are transformative works. Transformative works. Late editions. Okay. I think this is the historical idea of what a Mary Sue is. Oh. Okay, that's about as far as I can type for that. My Professor robe and hat. This is what I think a Mary Sue is. And I think this is what the fanfic writers at the time kind of thought of as a Mary Sue. Yeah, and as somebody who's still involved in fanfiction, it does still feel like there's this Mary Sue anxiety where people are afraid of making OC side characters at times, lest they be accused of Mary Sue-ness. Yeah. And again, I think that I think that the issue there is, and I've said this before, but it's because we've muddied the barrier between hobbyist and prestige, like, creator. Hobbyist doesn't need to achieve prestigehood. Like, they don't need to be good. They don't need to, like, be part of the new literary canon. They don't need to be financially successful. If somebody just wants to write about their, like, 15-year-old lieutenant Star Trek girl self-insert character, they're not hurting anybody. And they could just do that, and they can do that, like, over and over and over again if they want. They can have that same character show up in any number of roles. But because of capitalism pushing us to monetize our hobbies, we then are kind of comparing our amateur hobbyist works to, like, literary works and prestige art, and it's like, we don't have to do that. I think it's satisfying as a hobbyist to create characters that seamlessly could slip into the world of whatever we're working on. Like, I remember, like, there's this project that I did just for me, just for my eyes only, in my sketchbook that was only for me, where I gave myself the challenge of, what if Super Mario Next Generation, it's the kids of all of the Super Mario Mushroom Kingdom characters taking on the roles of the classic Nintendo characters. And, like, I was just playing with character design. And I'm sure that somebody might call those characters Mary Sue's or Gary Stu's or whatever. I flipped the gender roles. I made the female characters, the female children of, like I was so boring. Like, I paired off Daisy and Luigi and Mario and Peach. Like, I paired them off and they had kids. But, like, sue me. And I played with the gender roles a little bit. And I wonder if I could, like, crack that art out. I think it's around here somewhere. But I would have to, like, take a picture of it. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. If I can't find it, then we'll do something else. But I'm just gonna play this music. I found it. I found the sketchbook where I drew all these characters. Now I'm gonna have to, like, take a picture. I haven't opened this sketchbook in a while. I forgot that I had, like, drawings that... Oh my god, this sketchbook is so old. I'm trying to remember what year I did these drawings. I think it was, like, 2022, 2023? Yeah. So, like, this is, like, a personal project, character design project. Never was supposed to see the light of day. But I will show it to you guys. Because I kind of want to have this conversation about fanworks and Mary Sue's. Because I actually do think some of these character designs are really fun. Did I make any more? Doesn't look like it. I'm just like flipping through the sketchbook, looking for other things that fit in with this. I don't think I did any more drawings of them. Give me a second. I'm just flipping through the page. Oh, actually, this is kind of related. But I think that might be it. I don't think there's anything left in the sketchbook that has anything to do with that little design project. So there's that character. Yeah, this looks like it was like 3 or 4 years ago. Judging from some of the art in this book and when I drew it. Some of this art is a little bit newer, I think, but I think the drawings that I'm wanting to show are about 3 or 4 years old now. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything left in here. Yeah, and then there's like a bunch of drawings that kids gave me. And then like sketches for a Sims mod that I was making and I eventually abandoned. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna upload those and then I will whip out the little character designs. Why am I getting DM'd? My friend has just informed me that he's just finished Squid Game Season 2 and he got fucked up about it. Same. Where do I put these? I guess I'll just put them... Boop. You know what? I'm going to put them on the art channel of my server if you want to look at them in more detail. They are literally just photos I took of my sketchbook, so like the quality isn't super great, and the art is a little old. But if you're interested in looking at them a little bit closer, I will put them on my server. Boop. I am just going to... Boop, boop, boo. So yeah, sorry for the quality. It's gonna be a little poopy, but like, I just want to get across the idea. Okay. They're in my Discord server. Alright, we're gonna stop the music. Okay. And I'm gonna hide the notepad for a second. And... open it in browser. Oh my god, I did not have the white balance set in a good place. Nope, not that. Not that. This is what I want. So this is me playing around with like I said, next generation character designs for Mario characters. And I also designed some power-ups. Obviously the son and daughter of Peach and Mario. My idea was that Wendy took over the role of her father because she kind of is said to have like very similar qualities to him. And also just I wanted to make her look more like Bowser, so I gave her like red hair. Because I don't know, I thought that the bald Wendy thing was a little cringe, so I wanted to make her look more like Bowser looked, I guess. So, you know, I kind of understood the Koopalings to be like juveniles, and like as they grew older, it's like, oh, maybe it'd be kind of fun if like a teenager, slightly older, like Wendy Koopa was the bad guy, and then I just made like a Princess Boo character, playing with color schemes, heavily like. Can boos reproduce? I don't fucking know, but you know, I thought it might be fun to do like a female Boo villain as well. So like there's like a bit of gender bending going on, and Birdie is obviously like the offspring of like Birdo and Yoshi, our favorite canon trans for trans couple. But yeah, I wanted to play with some like design expectations. I also just realized that it kind of looks like he's not wearing pants here, because of the lighting. But like his, those are leggings. They're like a very light pink, but they look more like his skin color in this picture. Yeah, and that's like some characters. Here are some more characters. Kind of played with like Daisy's tomboyishness with like the prince character, gave him a sword because like Daisy's supposed to be like kind of a tomboy, so I was like thought like, oh, what if he was kind of like this like elegant prince character, and then his the little sister was like, I think my idea for her was her to be like a super genius kind of character, and then Kathy Koopa being like, and I gave her like this cute little puffy broom, would be like, I think I intended her to be like the niece of one of like Kamek maybe. And then some like new variations of like baddies, and then I did some power-ups. I didn't like how this one turned out, so I scribbled it out in pre-production before I posted it. But like this one is like would turn your character into like give them vampire powers, and then just like a super mushroom, and then like the super crown, turning them into like royalty of some kind. Like again, like the main characters would primarily be like Luisa and Maria is what I gave the characters' names. And the concept was like, oh, maybe they use this and then they kind of take on a more princessy look, and it grants them some additional powers. Your standard moon, which is like some extra lives, and then like your Starman and your Fire Flower, and then like your 1-up. And then this was supposed to be like a mermaid power-up that you could use for swimming, similar to like the frog power-up. Standard poison mushroom, and then like this skull flower that I thought that like, oh, what if you had the abilities of a dry bones, and then like your bee mushroom, and then like your mini mushroom, which is also introduced in the Mario series in the pea balloon, and then like a ninja star to get like ninja powers. Like that was, and I don't know if this would make a good game. I don't know if this would be playable or up to the same level. I enjoyed making it, and there's some little details that I really like about these characters that I'm very proud of. But I'm also not like holding myself to the standards of Nintendo. Like this is my art, and I didn't make this for anybody other than me in my sketchbook that I haven't shown to the public until now. In this conversation that we're having about Mary Sue's. And like, you could call Maria a Mary Sue if you wanted, or Luisa a Mary Sue if you wanted. I personally actually enjoyed designing the Prince characters a lot more. I ended up liking them a lot more, and Aster, who is a secondary character, not a main character, he ended up being my favorite design. I I think he's awesome. But, like, I did this for me, and I love how it looks and how it turned out. And, like, why not make a piranha plant with tiger stripes instead of polka dots? You know? And, like, it's fun to think about, like, oh, well, what would, if I wanted to make a new variation of a boo, like, what would it do? And if maybe I can introduce the whole vampire power-ups with a Koopa that has that power-up. And there's a Bob-omb character in one of the Paper Mario games, and I was like, I really liked that aspect of, like, the long fuse being like a braid, and I wanted to incorporate that into a character. And, like, maybe that acts a little bit differently than the traditional Bob. And it was just like a little project that I had in my head that I assigned myself to, and I wasn't trying to profit off of it. Or, like, I wasn't trying for this to be like, oh, I need to impress people with this. Like, this is a little cringe. Like, this is very cringe. Oh, that's the wrong. And I made it anyway, and I had fun doing it. And because I like designing these sort of things, and I don't think I needed to prove anything to anybody when I was designing it. I personally hate main characters have kids and the kids are the new main characters in the sequel, but some people enjoy it. I can just ignore it. There's even canon stuff like Boruto. Yeah, I mean, like, I think I'm taking it on because, I don't know. I just thought it'd be a fun design project. And I wanted to kind of also, because I also don't like the whole Lady and the Tramp thing, where, like, the boy characters look like the father and the girl characters look like the mother. I get very frustrated with that. I think both characters should kind of resemble both parents. And I also enjoy switching up the gender roles. Strawberries. Okay, but is mayonnaise a Mary Sue? I don't think so. Nobody likes mayonnaise. That's the problem. Alright. Back to my little... I used to do this with Zelda and Metroid. It is fun. Thank you, the guy 493 for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, and I think that people that fall into those tropes, like the Lady and the Tramp babies trope, I think that, yeah, like, I think those are valid explorations. I don't like those explorations of, like, next-gen characters. But I think Bowser is kissable. I agree. I would smooch Bowser. I'm a Bowser smoocher. Yeah, bringing back my notepad. Okay. You my Fresca. Yeah, if you are a newcomer to the stream, if you want to join my Discord and see my art, and be involved in discussions about my videos and the things that I make and the things that other people make, you can join my Discord by becoming a, patron. I'm now, unfortunately, I have to babygate my Discord because, oh man, so much is happening. Things just keep happening, and I just, I'm just kind of want to safeguard it from potential trolls. And, like, people that are there to cause problems. But if you want to join, you can become a member of my Patreon for as little as $1 a month at my lowest tier. And I'm gonna say something else. Yeah, if you decide next month, and you know what, I don't want to give Krim $1 a month. Fuck Krim. That's okay. You can still stay. It's just a baby gate. For those of you that were already in my Discord, you are now all legacy members. And a little gold. You get a little gold star for that. Yeah, boy done. You got in before the paywall. You're a legacy member. My Sona is the most cringiest thing ever, but I am free. Exactly. Be cringe and be free. You don't have to create the next literary masterpiece for your art to be valid. And I think that we should not be comparing the fan works and the works of hobbyists to like, you know, pop art and like commercialized art. All right. So, with this framework of what is a Mary Sue, fuck you chuds, we're not going to let you define this term for us. Can we think of any characters that are a Mary Sue? Or, you know what we could do? Worst Mary Sues. Let's hold my notepad. Alright. Let's look at Reddit. Okay, you know what's interesting? Is that this is a conversation. This is what I'm talking about. Because this, bad roleplayer stories. So this is a conversation that somebody is having where it was meant to be had. So. I'd rather be cringe than a chud. So that one, yeah, that's the kind of thing that we mean when we say Mary Sue. It's in the world of transformative works. Yeah, that's generally what we're talking about. Let's look at images. Let's go. Don't know who this is. This is Captain Marvel. Okay, Captain Marvel. Lack of vermicelitude. I would say not. So already failing on point 1. Author, avatar, / author insert. Nope. Shallow, unempathetic. I don't think so. I don't think that, like, I think that Captain Marvel is painfully human. She did something. She did, I think, what any of us would think is the right thing to do, but it ended up fucking everything up. And isn't that such a human experience? And there's a lot of depth there. And she's experiencing a lot of pain. And no, not everybody likes her. Like that pain that she feels, it tells such an interesting story, I think. Tell rather than show. I mean, I'd have to watch the first movie again, but I think, like, we get a pretty... We get constant... we get constant displays of the abilities of Captain Marvel. Also, she is, like, a trained... Like, she's in the Air Force, I think, before she becomes Captain Marvel. Like, she's military trained. And we see that being established before she ever takes on the identity of Captain Marvel. disrupts the pre-established world, like Transformers work / late edition. So she is a late edition. And she does have some disruptions, but I think that those disruptions aren't outside of the realm of any other high-powered being in Marvel. She's a very Marvel character. I think that's why Captain Marvel is such a fitting name for her, because she kind of exemplifies what a Marvel character is, what a Marvel character does, the struggles that they have. Like, it's such a fitting name because she is the prototypical Marvel character. I shouldn't say prototypical, but she is like the she definitive, I suppose, Marvel character, where like we see how the things that set her apart make her feel, the things that set her apart not only like make her more powerful, but also like kind of dehumanize her in many ways, and it becomes like stigmatized as well. And through that pain of her stigmatization and othering because of what makes her different and what makes her special, she feels more human than a lot of the human characters in this series. So yeah, I would say that she fits right in with the rest of the world of Marvel in the MCU. So yeah, I don't think Miss Marvel is a Mary Sue. Oh yeah, let's talk about Misa Amane. And we kind of touched on her a little bit. Now, we need to talk a little bit about Misa. And here's the thing. There is some sexism on the part of the creators of Death Note. That's inescapable. There is a form of objectification going along with Misa, and she is meant to be appealing and attractive, and like that's like a big part of her personality and how she interacts with the world. Even though she thirsts for the main character, even though he's disinterested. That is like, I know people like, oh well, you know, like, I need you to understand that that is such a part of the male power fantasy, to be, for someone you're not attracted, like for someone that is traditionally attractive to be extremely attracted to you, but you have no interest in them. Like that is like a power play, and like a way that in the way that the male power fantasy is kind of, conveyed. I think that there are problems with Misa as a character, and there are problems. I love Death Note, but there are problems with Death Note as a manga and as an anime, just to begin with. So, that being said, where to go? Also, sorry if I'm moving a little fast and I don't always read chat. Lack of verisimilitude. I don't think so. She does have a power. Could someone like Misa... Is Misa... She does really kind of like, oh, what's she doing here? She's out of the main cast, she is the most anime character in there, I think. It's like if you put Hatsune Miku in fucking Full Metal Alchemist. I don't think that would work. Like, she does have a little bit of that. I think, but as unanime, there's like a certain level of weeb bullshit that you kind of shelve a little. So I'll put a half a point in there. Author avatar / author insert, no. I think she is kind of treated as a sex object, but I think that's a different problem. Shallow and unempathetic. No. I think that Misa's human struggles are very understandable. and the way that she kind of intersects and engages with Light and L is interesting, and I think it adds a lot of depth to Death Note. It took me a very long time to come to that conclusion, but I don't think Death Note would be Death Note without Misa. I think that Death Note would be a very different, and it wouldn't be as good of a show if it was just cat and mouse game between Light and L. That addition that Misa brings of a wild card into that dynamic is what pushes the plot forward. And we often speak of L and Light as foils of one another, but I don't think that's the full story. Maybe I should make a video about Death Note. I should. Speaking about this in particular, I would say that if you take all aspects of morality out of Death Note, Light and L are enjoying the game that they're playing with each other. They're just using certain things as an excuse. Light becomes reinvigorated because he has L as a challenger. And you could say that Misa is actually a foil for them both. She is what leads to the downfall of both of them. She is what leads Light into getting captured in the first arc, and she plays a pretty big hand in him getting killed later. And she is the direct downfall of L. It is because of Rem's love of Misa that and her insistence on being loyal to Light that ends up killing L. But also it's that same love that Misa has of Light that ends up kind of fucking him over in the end. Too many anime manga fandoms definitely have misogyny where main female character sucks because she gets in the way of my yaoi boys. Unfortunately, it doesn't help that a lot of female characters can be written very shallowly because they're love interests first and foremost. Yeah, but the thing is that Misa isn't a love interest. She is not loved by Light. She is loathed by Light. She's meant to be sexy to the viewer, but she is not attractive to Light. Light is asexual, and again, like, it's kind of part of a male power fantasy where you're above your baser instincts of sex. Like, you have conquered that part of yourself, and you are no longer being driven by it. That's that whole Sigma male thing. She is meant to be appealing to the viewer, though. But she is not a love interest. I would say that she serves more as a foil to Light and L and their desire to continue that game of, like, cat and mouse. Because it's stated by both of them that, like, nobody has ever made them feel the way that the other feels before. Like, they understand each other. Light even says it's like, finally some real competition, and like L becomes interested because he's never encountered a criminal like Light before. They want that interaction, and Misa is the foil to that interaction, where she comes in and she like disrupts it, puts an end to it, and leads to their downfall. And I think that, like, I think that the story does a very good job of telling us that, even though there are sometimes I think that we linger a little bit too much on how pretty and attractive she is. Like, that doesn't matter to Light, and I think that you could tell the same story about a girl. Like, she's a model and everything, and like she doesn't need to be a model, I think, to fulfill that role. What if Misa was like a freaking like cringy, like shut in, I can't even remember the name. What if Misa was a NEET? You know? What if she was like a Hakimore, I think it's called? Hikomori. Boo, 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 boo. And here's how to pronounce it correctly.
You are looking at Julian.
No.
Hikikomori.
Nope, that's a computer.
Hikikomori.
Alright, hikikomori. Cool. And like I guess L kind of is a hikikomori, but I think it would be really interesting if Misa was something like that too, or if she was like some nerd from like a different high school that like, you know, was like unattractive and like dorky and weird and like, you know, like she could still fulfill the same role, but because, you know, we're trying to appeal to a certain type of person, like of course Misa is beautiful and attractive and like even like she doesn't really she does sort of like use it in like certain aspects, but I would say that doesn't really add anything to the plot. But I think that there's something to say about the fantasy of this beautiful model that everybody wants, and I don't want her. You know, like I think there's some problems there, but I don't think that makes her a Mary Sue. I think that's just a flaw in the character. No, yeah. But Misa as a NEET or an Hikikomori would be very interesting, I think. Death Note is interesting in how Light thinks of all these wacky mind games to be like, I'm not Kira actually LMFAO to cover for him fucking up bad enough for L to focus on him in the first place. And yeah, I think that like if you like sucked the misogyny out of Death Note a little bit, then and like didn't have Misa, she's basically sexy for no reason. And I don't think that it adds anything to her character. So I think that like I tend to question that when it happens. But I don't think that makes her a Mary Sue. And I don't think that it makes her shallow. I just don't think it's necessary. And it's just like a way to give people an excuse to objectify her. But anyway, yeah, so like half a point because there is a bit of a lack of verisimilitude because of how she's characterized as a typical anime girl a lot of times when it's like that's not what Death Note is. And it's like playing against a lot of anime tropes. But like Misa kind of adds that back in, and I think it kind of feels a little off. And I think that you could change a little bit of details about Misa, and like she would still be intact and recognizable, and like, yeah. Oh. Why didn't your gaydar go off when you saw light, but it did for L? It's because it's cope, my friend. It's the straight girl cope. Also, Misa is 100% heterosexual because if a goth girl had a big freaking monster that was simping for her and she went for light anyway, that is heterosexual behavior. That there's no way that she isn't straight as an arrow. Get that Light Yagami is basically an egomaniac hyper-focused on being the new god, that he ignores the hot girl vying for him, but Misa could have been written way better. Exactly. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. She could have been better written, but I don't think that makes her Mary Sue. Alrighty then. Hide. Alright. She-Hulk. Lack of verisimilitude. No, she has similar powers to any of the Hulks. People would argue that, like, oh, but she breaks the fourth wall. But, like, so many Marvel characters break the wall, and I like that the way that she breaks the fourth wall is as a lawyer. That's so fun. Author avatar / author insert, absolutely not. Actually, let's look at the original She-Hulk for a second. Actually, let's look at it in this window that you actually can see. She-Hulk. She was literally created by Stan Lee. So she was created by Stan Lee. I yeah. And, like, in this, she's still aware of herself. She's still speaking with some sort of, like, sapience, unlike Bruce. Like, this is something that's always been a thing for She-Hulk. And again, she was created by Stan Lee, so if you think that, like, if you have arguments about her, take it up with the man himself. Paige, thank you for the super chat. She-Hulk canonically broke the fourth wall as a regular gag before Deadpool. She deserves respect. Absolutely. Now we find that a charming part of, like, characters like Deadpool's characterization. Even though She-Hulk did it first, it's something that we now associate with Deadpool. Oh, this is that first one. That's the Rings of Power character. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's keep on going on the list. Doctor. The Doctor. Specifically, the female incarnation of the Doctor, who is honestly the exact same as the male version of the Doctor, so I'm going to treat it all as one character. She has the same freaking, lack of verisimilitude. I don't think so. Like, I think the Doctor follows their own logic quite often. I think sometimes we have writers that are less good at doing that. Cough, cough, Moffat. But I wouldn't say, yeah. And, like, there's issues with Chibnall, I think, as well. But I wouldn't say that there's a lack of verisimilitude. I think that we can all kind of imagine being the Doctor's companion, and that's kind of the goal, and I have yet to encounter a Doctor where that's the case. I think that, like, the character's achieving and immersing us in the world that they're trying to do. That's just my opinion. Author avatar / author insert. I don't think so. Definitely not for the 13th Doctor. And I don't think for the Doctor at all. Like, this idea of this kindly, like, he was originally like this kindly educated professor type, but there have been different iterations, and they express themselves in different ways depending on their incarnation. But I wouldn't call them an author insert or an author avatar. I think that is usually like I think that in my experience, the authors tend to put themselves more into the companions than they do the doctor themselves. Tell rather than show. Again, Doctor Who has been on since the 60s. We know what the Doctor can do. The Doctor is a certified yapper, yes, but that is also the Doctor's strength. They're a diplomat. They're clever. Sometimes they get a little frustrated that they have to keep on re-explaining themselves, but again, certified yapper, they will do it every single time. D disrupts the pre-established world. Transformative works / late additions. I don't think this is going to be a controversial opinion when I say I did not like the Timeless Child arc. I don't like that addition to the Doctor's canon, to the Doctor's backstory. And that was something that was established by Chibnall during Jodie Whittaker's time as the Doctor. During the era of the 13th Doctor. I think it kind of hurt my brain a little bit. Like I didn't like that. I was like, well, it's kind of like it's disrupting it in a way that I don't like. So I'll give 1 point to the Doctor, I guess. But specifically, yeah. In this case, Jodie Whittaker's Doctor did that, but I think there's probably, you could point to other examples of the Doctor doing that as well. I am not finished with my look into Classic Who. Matt Smith did it a few times too, where it's like, I feel like this kind of like interferes with some pre-established lore in a way that really takes me out of the experience. I think 9 and 10 were pretty much good all the time. Matt Smith was okay like half of the time. Jodie Whittaker was good about half of the time. Like Chibnall's era, you know, like yeah, it was fine. Like there were some aspects like the Timeless Child arc that I really didn't like, but and the Doctor becoming a weeping angel, I think that was fucking cringe. I think that was silly and weird, and I didn't like it. I've liked Russell T Davies's return, and let me remember his name. Because he has such a name. Nikti Gatwa. Nikti Gatwa, I think, is doing fine. The characterization is fine. I think like it's whatever. Like I think that as a character, Nikti Gatwa / the 15th Doctor is okay. I don't have an issue with it. I think I have mixed feelings on the stories that they're handling right now. Like the I can't remember what it's called, but they're taking on like gods, and they did that a little bit in Old Who, but in Classic Who, but I don't know. Like I haven't been able to make an opinion one way or the other, but I do like Nukigawa as the Doctor. I do like that a lot. And like he is the Doctor to me now. And after like a few episodes with Jodie Whittaker, I was also like, yeah, this is the Doctor. Like no question about it. And I'd have to say that I don't think that there has been a Doctor that I've encountered where I can't be like, oh yeah, absolutely, this is the Doctor. Like every single time feels like the Doctor. So I don't think that this has ever been an issue with the character. I think sometimes the showrunner makes bad writing decisions. But I think it's fine for the most part. I don't think it's an issue in that way. So I guess maybe a point for being a little bit disruptive, because sometimes the Doctor, especially, and because it's supposed to be the 13th Doctor, yeah, Timeless Child, didn't like that. But it wasn't, yeah. It's a little bit complicated with the Doctor, isn't it? Ooh, Korra is interesting. Let's interrogate Korra a little bit. Lack of verisimilitude. I think Korra makes absolute sense in the world of Avatar. I don't think there's anything, like, there's nothing like, oh, she can, like, yes, she's the Avatar and she can bend all four elements, but that's kind of the conceit of Avatar. Like, that's already, there's nothing that really sets her apart from Aang that makes her lack that verisimilitude. I think that she makes sense. She's not, like, inhuman. Like, she's not, like, the next stage of evolution, or, like, adopting a concept that feels out of place in the world of the Avatar. So I don't think that that's a problem. She, like, has a culture. She's like from a culture that is established to be part of the canon. Like, she makes sense as a character in that world. Author avatar / author insert. Nope. Shallow, unempathetic. Absolutely not. We know we really understand Korra's flaws, and she is very humanized. Even though she's strong, like, that doesn't mean she's perfect. And, like, very much a tell of how strength can't save you. Like, it can't be the only thing that gets you through something. Like, you need more than strength. Tell rather than show. There's a little bit, I guess, of that, where she's, like, extremely talented at bending from day one. But we also learned that this kind of plays into her hubris. She's the gifted child. That's communicated to us pretty immediately. Like, she's gifted. But being labeled as a gifted kid is often it's often more of a curse than it is a blessing. And it ends up being what gets her in so much trouble and why she has such problems, like, socially and, like, interpersonally, and even because of her own self-image later. Disrupts the pre-established world, transformative work / late edition. So absolutely, Korra is a later addition to a pre-established work of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Does she disrupt the world in a way that, like, Aang wouldn't? No. So yeah, no, Korra does not fit this definition of a Mary Sue. So we got this Galadriel. I just realized that that's what this character is. I'm sorry, but, like, the costuming and, like, cinematography and, like, design of Rings of Power slides right off my brain. Like, I don't know what it is. Lack of verisimilitude. I don't think so. Like, Galadriel's a pretty typical elf. She's, like, again, you could say prototypical elf in this case, because, like, characters like her are what established what we have come to understand an elf to be, in modern fantasy. Author avatar insert. No. Shallow, unempathetic. Galadriel is fueled by rage and revenge and anger. We understand that that's what's driving her. It's a deeply flawed emotion to have, and she's handling it poorly. So no, I wouldn't say that. Tell rather than show. It's been a couple years since I watched Rings of Power, but, like, I don't think so. We spend a lot of time with Galadriel and the way that she experiences the world and the way that the world is treating elves at the time, and we know what elves are capable of, and we understand, and we're shown like their fall from grace, so to speak. Disrupts the pre-established world. Again, no. She's such a typical elf that she's almost boring because she's so typical of what we expect from a female elf of this world. I don't think anything in Galadriel as a character surprised me. The worst thing was the costuming and stuff. Like Rings of Power is fine. It's fine. I wish it had better costuming. I wish it had better design. I think it looks like shit in comparison to Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Here's my hot little opinion. Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings is also just fine. It's not a very good adaptation of Lord of the Rings. Sorry, don't mean to step on any toes. I'm also going to be talking about that a little bit in my upcoming video that'll hopefully be going live this Friday. Kind of like talking about Lord of the Rings as an example of a greater issue, I would say. And I would say, other than it being visually unimpressive, Rings of Power is on par with the Peter Jackson adaptations, like, as far as storytelling goes. I think Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings misses the point of Lord of the Rings. But I wouldn't say that Rings of Power does any worse of a job than Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings did. It's fine. They're both fine. The Hobbit is also fine. I think it got stretched. I think stretching it out was silly, but like they're all about the same in terms of storytelling. I just wish that it looked better. That Rings of Power looked better, I should say. Because the other movies look gorgeous, and I think they kind of ride on that a little bit. And also heavily rely on the fact that, like, a lot of people haven't read Lord of the Rings. Especially even a lot of people that claim to be Lord of the Rings fans haven't read Lord of the Rings, when it's like, if you read the books, and if you understand what's going on, it's like, there's something missing from the movies, or it's like different themes are being tackled in the movies, and like a slightly different story, and the message of the story is different. So, yeah. What about the Rankin Bass version of Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit? No! They feel more like a Lord of the Rings story, is the thing. What's our next character? No idea who this is. Rey. I mean, lack of versatility. We kind of tackled this earlier. Nope. Author avatar insert. No. Shallow, unempathetic. My familiarity with Rey is a little fleeting. I think the first movie's fine. We kind of understand her pretty deeply, and I think we spend a lot of time in the story with her, to the detriment of who was supposed to be the other main characters, like the Leia and Han to Rey's Luke. You know, we kind of lose them to focus on Rey and Kylo Ren to an extent that I think is bad. But I don't think that's indicative of a Mary Sue. I just think that's somebody shifting focus, telling a story that they think is going to appeal to the masses, rather than telling a good story. Tell rather than show. Again, I don't think so. And there was like this argument that, like, oh, well, was it kind of like, were they kind of missing the point of show don't tell, because like suddenly like she's so good at like fixing the Falcon, and for some reason I feel like even Anthony fell into this trap of like they wanted Rey to prove herself before a time when it was plot critical, when it's like, just trust the audience and like leave those little breadcrumbs of her being on a planet that had a lot of droids on it, and her being a scavenger. And then when she gets into the Falcon, she is talking to Han about the Falcon on a technical level, and then she fixes it. Like that moment where she fixes the Falcon, where she takes the compressor off, that is her moment of proving that she has technical skill in a way that Han does not. You don't need to prove it when the stakes are low. You don't have to do that. Like that's, I think, like you're not trusting your audience. You can like be concise and densify that moment into like, hey, this person that like, if we think back, it actually does make a lot of sense that she would know how to do this and she would be familiar with the Falcon. That makes sense. And we don't have to like establish that before the critical moments. Like it doesn't always have to be like that long setup and then the payoff. Sometimes it can just be a little moment in there that they kind of put in being like, oh, look, she's good with machines. And it's like, oh yeah, I can kind of see that because of what she does in the world. That makes sense to me. She doesn't need to prove it outside of that moment. It's fine if she proves it during a moment that's plot important. Like, I don't know why that's such a big issue. Again, I think it's a sexism thing because we never ask male characters to do that. So that big complaint. And also like all those times where she quote unquote wins, she's either winning by the skin of her teeth, or she doesn't even actually win, like she gets the shit kicked out of her. But like I think how do I say this kindly? This is me putting my little tinfoil hat on, I think, perhaps. How do I say this? I think that some of the people that criticize the fight between Kylo Ren and Rey are visualizing themselves in the boots of Kylo Ren, and they're imagining what they would do to Rey. And I think that if they were in their thoughts, like, well, if I was in the position of Kylo, I would do this. And the thing they're imagining is brutalizing this character. Like, absolutely brutalizing, being violent and almost, like, violating of this character. I don't think that's I use that word intentionally, again, because of the sexism. And I think what a lot of these people want is just to watch a woman get brutalized and put in her place. Rather than, like, barely lose a fight or, like, barely, win by the skin of her teeth. And I'm sorry, but if you're looking for videos of women being brutalized, like, a family-friendly movie is not the place to go. There's other websites for that. So you go have your fun doing that. You're not, and you should not be given that satisfaction and that voyeuristic scene where you want to watch a woman get brutalized. Sorry, you're not going to get that, and I think that's a good thing. Go fucking open your grungy little dark corner of the internet if you want to go look at that, but like you're not going to get that in like a Disney movie. Like, get fucking real. Like, when it comes down to that, I think that's what they have a problem with Rey, is that she didn't get the shit beaten out of her in a way that's violating. And that's all I'll say on that. So, disrupts the pre-established world. Transformers work / Slate editions. I think that this is a problem that spills out way further than Rey as a character, and I think it is an issue that has come before Rey. And I talked a little bit about Protestantism and Star Wars and how the ways in which we're trying to scientify Star Wars speaks, it's runs parallel to Christian apologism in a way that I find very funny. I don't think this is an issue with Rey, though. I don't think she is the cause of this. I think she gets caught up in this. But I think that there is a disruption in the world of Star Wars, and it's been happening for a very long time, where I don't think that George Lucas understood what was appealing about the original trilogy. And I think that he has been diluting the original value of why it was so good and why people loved it so much. Ever since. Let's not get into let's not get into Disney self-sabotaging and Treasure Planet, because that will hurt my feelings. I don't know who this character is. I'm not sure who this character is. She looks familiar. Don't know who this character is. I think she's from The Witcher. I'm not a Witcher fan. I think that The Witcher is like too... I watched a couple episodes of one of the series. It was like the prequel series where it's like, oh, this is how Witcher is made. And it was so fixated on its own brutality that I'm like, you know what? I don't think I need to watch this. Because it's like, it's indulging in the pain of others, and like, to the point where I just didn't enjoy it. Like, I like horror, and I like dark media, but like, it took glee in like, oh, this character is going through pain, and that's what makes them strong. And I just like disagree with that as a conceit in general, and I just did not like The Witcher. I don't like that world. So I lost interest in it, and I probably will not revisit it again for a very long time. Someone would have to make a very good case, and I don't think anybody in the audience will be able to do that. And WandaVision, Wanda, I should say. Lack of verisimilitude. No, all powerful, like, world breaking characters are a dime a dozen in Marvel, to be honest. like there's so many of them at this point. It's like a trope in and of itself. Author avatar / author insert. No, I think for obvious reasons. Shallow, unempathetic. I mean, did you watch WandaVision? That's a pretty good delve into Wanda's psyche, I think. I loved that show. It was so fun. But also, like, what a good dive into like a character's struggles and pain. I loved that show. That was so good. Tell rather than show. No, I think that Wanda is very mysterious at the beginning, but I think she earns that mystery, and she shows us why she gets to be like that, and we see some of the effects that her power can have, and how that has kind of shaped her to be almost entitled and cruel in many ways, like we see in WandaVision. Disrupts the pre-established world. The transformative work slate editions, I think, is very important. Wanda's a pretty early character, and the idea of her... Oh god, what is it called? Oh, is it... Is it Project M? House of M. Yeah. So, WandaVision, for those of you that don't know, is kind of like a modern retelling of House of M. And that's like a pretty late... Like, that's from 2005, right? But there's like a couple other storylines that, like, it takes inspiration from, but it's definitely like Wanda has gone through a struggle very similar to this before. in characters with reality bending powers have gone through very similar struggles before. This is not breaking Marvel, and I don't even think it's breaking the MCU. Again, like Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange has a very similar experience, and has similar powers, and it's just that it's kind of like the difference between a wizard and a witch. I would say it's the difference between Strange and Wanda, where Strange learned his powers and Wanda was born with them. Yeah. I haven't watched Moon Girl. I don't think I'm I don't think I'm its core audience. And I love that people that are its core audience have it. And I'm kind of sad that it's getting sabotaged in the way that it is. But like, Moon Girl was not made for me. I don't like shows for little girls. I'm sorry, you guys. You have to be very good, I think, for an a show with that as an audience to capture my attention. I generally watch big boy shows these days. I tend to like media aimed at adults, and while I do kind of revisit cartoons, especially cartoons from my childhood, of when I was that target audience that I have fond memories of, it's gotten rarer and rarer that I've watched contemporary cartoons and contemporary children's media, which doesn't really happen very often. Amphibia was pretty good. And Owl House was fine. Gravity Falls, also pretty good. Adventure Time started coming out when I was a teenager, and I kind of, like, when I was like 18, 19, I think. Let me check. Yeah, Adventure Time. I've been watching it since I've been watching it for quite a while. Adventure Time. Give me a year. $2010. So yeah, it came out when I was about 18. And I started watching it around then. I think I started watching it when I was in college, so like 2010, 2011. I was 19-ish. And like the thing is, like, Adventure Time is kind of disguised as a show for kids, and it just gets more serious as it goes on, and it kind of grows up with its audience after coaxing you into a realm of like safety, of like, oh, this is just a little cartoon, it's harmless, and then it's like so much more than that. So like Adventure Time's kind of like a special case, I think. But also it's been years since I watched Adventure Time. I've kind of I think the last thing that I didn't even finish the original show. I really like Stakes though. Stakes was good. And I need to watch the new stuff, like the Fiona and Cake stuff. I'll get to it. It's on my list. I will get to it. But like I tend to have a lot less interest for like children's cartoons these days, and like I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm an adult. I'm only gonna get so much enjoyment out of those shows. And I definitely wouldn't call myself in those fandoms. I think I watch them and they're fine, but like, you could argue Infinity Train, but I don't think that the audience for Infinity Train are teenagers either. Like, I think that's like a cartoon for young adults. And I think it's really important that we're getting cartoons now that are aimed at young adults that aren't just like like the crass, like, humor. Like, I still think like Futurama, Simpsons, like Disenchantment, Rick and Morty, BoJack Horseman have its place. Don't get me wrong. I think those are all good shows in their own right. But I think there is a distinct lack for shows for young adults that are mature and like meeting them at their emotional level, without leaning into that crass, like sort of sex humor. And I hope that we get more shows like Infinity Train. And that's kind of what I want from animation right now, which is probably why why I'm so interested in anime, because anime is more varied in terms of its audiences than Western cartoons are. There's a lot more anime aimed at people that are like adults and young adults that don't fall into like the same genre as, the adult shows that I mentioned before. So I think I do think that that's also why anime is so popular. Because like it's a cartoon that is like, a lot of them are cartoons that it has such a wide genre and like different audiences in mind. That's why I think that's why a lot of Western audiences are looking at anime these days. I don't think that's a surprise. My favorite animes right now that are modern, I still need to crack open Dan to Dan. But I love Chainsaw Man, but I'm more of a fan of the manga, so take with that what you will. Anyway, we're kind of getting into the weeds, aren't we? But I think with that, we're going to start wrapping this up. How about Arcane and Blue-Eyed Samurai? I haven't watched the latter. I might watch Arcane. I am not sure I'm going to watch Blue-Eyed Samurai. Just from the discussions I've had with trans men that have watched the show, I can tell it's going to upset me. I don't really... Yeah. I could tell that I'm going to have issues and I'm going to have feelings about it, and I don't want to get emotionally invested in Blue-Eyed Samurai, so I'm probably not going to watch it. Sorry. Batman. Caped Crusader has been really good, and I think that's aimed at young adults. I also think that some of the recent Batman movies have been aimed more at adults, like the cartoon ones. Yeah. Scavenger's Reign. What is that? Ooh. Wait a minute. I think I heard about this. I might have even watched an episode. Yeah, that looks cool. That just came out too. Yeah, I'll probably give this one a peek. That looks really cool. Seen Unicorn Warriors Eternal. I have not. Yeah. Um. I'll look into it, but I'm not getting a good impression. I'll look into it. But it looks like someone gave a Tumblr artist a budget. I'm sorry, but like, ooh, I don't know about that one. I'll look into it, but yeah. It looks a little bit. That's a lot. Wait a minute, are they gay? Is that a boy or a girl? Is this gay? I can't tell sometimes. Are these gay? Or I might make an exception. I'm willing, if something's gay, I tend to give it a little bit more grace. But, yeah, I know I'm a big hypocrite, but, like, I love it when things are gay. But, like, for the most part, it does kind of look like, yeah, somebody gave a Tumblr artist with their OCs a budget, and I don't tend to like stuff like that. Dead End Park? No, I don't like Dead End Park. No. No, no, no. Don't like Dead End Park. I don't like the trans character in that. Do not like. And I won't get into that right now. Is Barney a Mary Sue? I don't know if he is, but like I don't like him as a character, and I don't like the other character. I can't remember her name. The only character I liked was I think her name was Meg, the little demon character. I know about playing the type. I think it was kind of interesting that I was like, oh yeah, like you could like as soon as you see, I was like, I don't think this character actually is a devil. I think there's something else going on, and it's like, oh yeah, I was right. She's absolutely an angel of some kind. I don't know where it is now, but like that was so obvious, and I think that's kind of interesting. But I do not care about the main characters. I have the same issue with Dragon Prince. I do not care about the main characters. I care so little about them. Save Averos from that garbage show. Please, for the love of God. The only Fujoshi in the room put her whole pussy into that character, and he deserves better. Connie, yes, Connie. Yeah. Anyway. This thumbnail strikes me as very racist. You saying that... Okay. Oh, it's not a thumbnail. It's like a edit somebody made on DeviantArt. Okay. But, like, why is she Betty Boop? Why does she look like Betty Boop? Anyway. I'm being mean. No, I can't say this is grabbing me. But I'll look into it, I guess. But I don't like... I'm not impressed yet. Something the conceit better be really interesting, or I'm probably not gonna watch it. Dan versus... Oh my god. Oh, fucking Dan versus. Good lord. Anyway, I think that we've firmly moved past the whole discussion on Mary Sue's. It's been good, it's been interesting, kind of like looking into some other stuff, but you know, it's not really the point of the stream. But yeah, if you liked this video, make sure you like the stream, like my video, please and thank you, and perhaps leave a comment after the stream is over. Sit tight, I'm going to look for something to redirect you guys to. And then we'll call it. We will call it a day. Let's go. Who do we have? Who's streaming? Nobody. Nobody's streaming. Nate's Petrosky streaming. The guy who has his little... He's got a dog and a homestead. I know you guys love... I know you guys probably adore football. But I don't have anybody else to send you to, so... Another tally to Ant's crime list for not streaming, so you can rate him SMH. Yeah. I'll send you off to Nate. Nate's kind of cool. He is talking about football, but he also has a cute dog, and I think he has a cam focused on his dog, so you can go look at his dog. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching. I am going to be streaming again tomorrow for Minecraft Monday. We skipped it last week because we just opened my server. My Minecraft server. Thank you. Yes, we skipped that because we were streaming Minecraft on Sunday, so it didn't make sense to do it 2 days in a row, but we'll go back to the Minecraft streams tomorrow. And then an edited video is coming out on Friday if all works out. So I'll see you guys all next time. Have a good night. Bye-bye.